Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the first council meeting of the new season. I call to order this regular meeting of council for Tuesday, August 15th, 2023. And in the spirit of truth and reconciliation, I acknowledge that we are gathered here at the heart of Treaty 7 territory of Southern Alberta. This land is home to the Blackfoot Confederacy, consisting of the Siksika, Kainai, and Piikani First Nations, also the Tsuut'ina First Nation, and our most adjacent Indigenous neighbors, the Stoney Nakoda, comprised of the Bearspaw, Goodstoney, and Chiniki First Nations. Further, we are located in the Métis Nation of Alberta Region 3. The town of Canmore is committed to working to live in right relations and to advance truth and reconciliation as we acknowledge the many Indigenous peoples whose footsteps have marked these lands for generations. I'm grateful for the traditional knowledge keepers and elders who are still with us today and those who have gone before us. Now turning to the agenda for today's meeting. Are there any changes? Seeing none, I move approval of the agenda for August 15th, 2023 regular meeting of council as circulated. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Turning to the minutes of July 4th, any errors or omissions? Seeing none, I will move approval of the minutes of July 4th, 2023 regular meeting of council as circulated. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Moving to item E1, business arising from the minutes. I would ask Ms. Hyde to please put up on the screen the motion that I would like to put forward, please. Of course, this item came to us as a delegation on July 4th from the Homelessness Society of the Bow Valley, requesting a similar contract for the Scout Hall as a potential rental location for their upcoming cold season. And in response to that delegation, I move that Council direct administration to offer the Scout Hall to the Homelessness Society of the Bow Valley as a potential rental location to be used as an emergency overnight shelter from December 1st, 2023 to April 1st, 2024, with any rental hours between midnight and 6 a.m. being provided for free. Spoke to this previously last year. I believe that this is an excellent addition to our safety net within our own community. The cold winter months can be fatal to those who do not have a roof over their heads. It is proven that the Homelessness Society of the Bow Valley is meeting a need, as shown by their annual report, and their presence is being appreciated on multiple fronts, not the least of which are those who can get in from out of the cold. So I will be supporting this motion. Councillor Faubert.
I'd like to put forward a motion to table this until after the Firehall agenda item.
Okay, so it's, did you want to provide any reasons or speak to it? It's not debatable for us, but if you can provide reasons.
I think that there is potential that the Firehall could be a more appropriate temporary location for this use, given that it has shower facilities and kitchen and dorm rooms. And I think that that is something that would be a good discussion to have.
Okay, so it's not debatable. So I'll just put it to the vote. All those in favor of tabling? All those opposed? It will not be tabled with Councillor Faubert in support. So its motion is denied with Councillor Faubert in support. Did you want to speak to the motion? No?
Sure. I'll support the motion because I believe that we need to find a space for the Homelessness Society of the Bow Valley, especially in advance of the winter months. And I think that, yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Okay. And now that I can actually speak to it, the proposed or the recommended motion does still allow for some space to be utilized, and if that is something that could serve the Homeless Society of Bow Valley, then that's something that could be considered as part of that process. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to know if I could ask a couple questions before we move forward with voting to confirm that everything was going to be running exactly the same as it was last year, same communication with the neighbors and all of that stuff. That was the only thing I wanted to confirm.
Yeah. Ms. Brown, are you able to speak to that? Or, or Mr. Mackay? Okay. Sorry, I jumped the gun there. Mr. Mackay.
We can absolutely ensure that happens. There's communication with neighbors and other stakeholders that use that facility as well.
Perfect. I think it ran well last year. I'm not saying it didn't. I just want to make sure that we're basically repeating the same model because it worked great last year for the neighbors from what I understand from them.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for that question and clarification.
And I can speak to my
Go
as
ahead.
well. I'd be happy to support this motion. In fact, I'm really glad that we're actually making this decision now as opposed to later in the fall like we have in past years. So we're giving the Homeless Society time to plan. As we know that this is an important resource currently in our community for those who have no other options. And, you know, I look forward to seeing how we move forward with this in our community in the future as we continue to plan for extreme weather events and how they affect our most vulnerable. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, and going into other parts of the year when shelter, like today, it's going to be incredibly hot. Right? Okay, would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Oh, Councillor Hillstead.
Thank you. I will also support this. I think it's a great initiative. And as already been stated, it worked fairly well last year at the Scouts Hall. And again, if something else comes up that works better, then great. So,
Great. Thank you. Okay, I'll call the question then. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. We will now turn to item G1, which is the Silvertip Area Structure Plan amendments. Will it be Mr. Very good. Welcome to Council from Vancouver.
Thank you. Are you able to hear me well?
Wow. We're just going to adjust the volume here because you are
Okay.
Loud and proud.
Yeah, loud and proud. Before we get going, I want to say congratulations on becoming a dad.
Thank you. Yeah. Hopefully my state of sleep deprivation doesn't take away from this presentation, but it's going well, and I appreciate the comments.
Very good. Well, the Zoom microphone is yours.
Okay, great. I'll share my screen. And I'm going to assume everyone can see the presentation now?
Yes.
Wonderful. Okay, great. So good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Josh Cairns, and I'm the Senior Policy Planner at the town. And today I'm here to introduce Bylaw 2023-21. And this bylaw contains minor housekeeping amendments to the Silvertip Area Structure Plan, or ASP for short. So the Silvertip ASP was first adopted by Council back in the year 2001, and then was subsequently updated in the year 2007. And this ASP was prepared by Stone Creek Properties, and it was done to replace an earlier master plan that was adopted in 1990 for the area, commonly referred to as the Hyatt Regency Canmore Master Plan. So in 2001, this new ASP really provided an updated vision for the area, and it was for the intent of having a more comprehensively planned resort community on the side of Highway 1. So shown on this map here is the general boundary of the Silvertip ASP. As you can see, it covers a large area of land that's located to the east of Highway 1 and north of Benchlands Trail. Since the original Hyatt Regency Canmore Master Plan was adopted in the year 1990, followed by the Silvertip ASP that replaced it in the year 2001, significant portions of the area have been developed in accordance with the plan's policies. So in this aerial, you can see the build out of Silvertip Resort. That includes the golf course, along with several residential areas, which were mainly constructed in accordance with the Hyatt Regency Canmore Master Plan. Bylaw 2023-21, which is what's being introduced today, would adjust the western and southern extents of the plan's boundary, and that's really just to reflect current planning initiatives that are underway and to just ensure consistency over time in how the plan is administratively implemented. Specifically, Bylaw 2023-21 would do two things. First, it would remove one undeveloped parcel from the ASP's boundaries, identified with the number 1 on the map and referred to as Block 6. Second, it would add one parcel to the ASP. That's identified with number 2 on the map and is referred to as 1 Silvertip Trail. So for the first site, that's number 1 on the map, which is referred to as Block 6. This is a large parcel of land that's currently owned by Canmore Community Housing. The Silvertip ASP does provide some very limited policy direction for this site, generally identifying it as suitable location for residential or possible employee housing. Now, in January of this year, administration initiated an expedited review of the Palliser Trail Area Structure Plan, which is adjacent to this area. And that was to ensure that the Palliser Trail ASP remained relevant today and that future development would align with community priorities and respond to the housing crisis. As Block 6 remains undeveloped and is owned by Canmore Community Housing, the site is being included in the updated Palliser Trail ASP. This will help ensure that the site is provided with new policy direction that will support its effective utilization and ability to provide significant non-market housing for the community. Bylaw 2023-21 would remove this parcel from the Silvertip ASP just to reflect its inclusion in the forthcoming update to the Palliser Trail ASP. Secondly, the bylaw would add one developed parcel to the ASP. So this site, shown as number 2 on the map, was constructed in the late 1990s in accordance with the original Hyatt Regency Canmore Master Plan, and today is known as a base camp hotel property. While the site would be added to the Silvertip ASP, it would fall under the classification of an established area, meaning that since the site has already been developed in accordance with the plan, it would no longer be subject to the plan's policies. So it's very a housekeeping amendment in its nature. So as a result, this is a very opportunistic amendment, given that we had to amend the ASP for the CCH property. But what it would do is offer an improved long-term policy clarity and improved record keeping for the site, even though there'd be no policy implications for it. Future change on this site would continue to be informed by the municipal development plan and the land use bylaw, as is done today. So in closing, administration is recommending that council give first reading to bylaw 2023-21 and that a public hearing be scheduled for this bylaw for September 5th, 2023. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cairns. Now looking to council to see if there are any questions. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Mayor Krausert and Mr. Cairns for your presentation. I know you just spoke to this briefly, but I was hoping you could help me understand a bit better what clarity would be provided by including a parcel of land in an ASP where the policies don't apply.
Yeah, it's a good question. Part of the issues that have come up with the site is there's been a few moving policy parts. We have an original Hyatt Regency Master Plan adopted in the 1990s. That went through subsequent and several updates and amendments over time. Then we have Silvertip coming in and replacing it. But what happens when the ASP was adopted is we have this sort of odd duck parcel, just this one parcel in this entire area that was left out just because it was developed by a different entity at the time the ASP came in. What that does do over time is just raise some questions around what plan enabled this policy, what was the overall vision for that area, why was this parcel removed and not another, and so on. So it does address that and provide that level of clarity. In addition, in the future, should council want to explore future planning for that area or any updates, it's just an obvious policy signal to show that that parcel should generally be included as part of that exploration.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Cairns, for your presentation.
Thank you.
I will now move that council give first reading to Bylaw 2023-01. I will be supporting this motion, but I won't be speaking very long to it. I think Mr. Cairns spoke very well as to the rationale behind it and the housekeeping that is served when we look at the Palliser ASP. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I've always noted these parcels and thought that they looked really strange and never really asked many questions about it, but this totally makes sense, and I'm pleased that this item is being brought forward for us to move aside so that we can continue to work on the Palliser lands to have them redeveloped. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And I'll move that council schedule a public hearing for Bylaw 2023-01 for September 5th, 2023. Anybody like to speak to that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. We'll now move to item G2. This is the Land Use Bylaw Amendment 2023-20 and amendments to the Subdivision Authority, Development Authority, and Municipal Planning Commission Establishment Bylaw Amendment 2023-2028, Development Authority and Canmore Planning Commission. Ms. Miller, good morning.
Take a deep breath after that. Good morning, members of council. I'm here today to introduce to you bylaws 2023-20 and 2023-28, which propose amendments to the Land Use Bylaw and, deep breath, Subdivision Authority, Development Authority, and Municipal Planning Commission Establishment Bylaw that would provide the necessary clarity on which applications would be referred to the Canmore Planning Commission for decision. But before we dive into today's topic, I want to take a moment to check in on where planning is on advancing ongoing process improvements. So at the March 21st Committee of the Whole meeting, I made a presentation regarding all of the improvements planning has made in its processes. In that briefing report, we noted that we had already completed to date some improvements in 2023, as well as outlined 8 additional improvements we plan to implement throughout the rest of the year. So just as a quick update, our pilot program for enhanced notice of application and notice of decision signage launched at the beginning of this month. You should start to see larger notice of application and notice of decision signage so that the public understands what's happening within their community and has a clear understanding of how they can engage in the process. We also posted new guides online in time for a construction season to help applicants understand the process for building decks, fences, accessory buildings, as well as solar panels. We do have a number of items in the hopper as we speak. Currently, we are digitizing our subdivision files. I hope to get those back in the next couple weeks so that they can be easily accessible to staff without having to rummage through our archive room and mess up the system that our records manager has in place. We're also in the process of finalizing the scope of work with our vendor on the city view improvements. So there was 2 we're looking at, one to help us better track the amount of time that applicants are spending with applications versus administration, as well as moving to an online portal. Now the software vendor has had a bit of they've been a bit overextended resourcing-wise, which has caused some delays in launching and really moving forward on the project. At this moment, we're looking at a winter launch for the portal. And through our previous process improvement efforts, we are starting to see some trends emerge, which is helping us to establish processing time expectations. So we hope by the end of the year we'll be able to clearly state some processing time expectations for applicants on our website. We do have one item that has not yet been started, but once resourcing frees up on some of the other items that we have on the go, that work will progress and hope to have that done by the end of the year. And this is just the list that we provided to council in March. We have advanced some other process improvements as well, so I'll give you a full rundown of that at a later council meeting. But today, we are here to initiate the process improvement that was listed, and that's to improve, clarify what applications go to CPC for decision. And so today is another demonstration of planning's commitment to, as Councillor Faubert coined it, being the best at getting better. So here's what the land use bylaw currently says about applications that will be considered by the CPC. And I've highlighted the key portion. Basically means anything administration felt was appropriate or explicitly identified in the land use bylaw as CPC being the decision maker is what went forward. What this looked like on a day-to-day basis is primarily large-scale, medium to large-scale commercial, industrial, or institutional development would come forward to CPC, sometimes even when the uses were permitted, which from the standpoint of the MGA really doesn't make sense, because if it's permitted, they're allowed to proceed as of right. Any development within the town center would come forward to CPC, as well as anything that exceeded the development officer's variance authority. So anytime someone requested a variance above 10%, it would come to CPC. As well, lands that were identified in the land use bylaw, so typically direct control districts, where they've identified the development authority as being the Planning Commission, would also come to CPC. Now, there were some challenges associated, and our challenges associated with our current state. In the absence of some overarching guidance, none of the CPC stakeholders can consistently determine what applications will come forward to them. And this is feedback that we've received from previous CPC members, creating confusion and frustration for all involved. Accordingly, admin began to explore ways to alleviate these challenges and have proposed changes today that reflect the nature of the applications encountered on a day-to-day basis and provide added process clarity for applicants and the public on when and how they can engage in the process. So I just want to take a moment to thank Mr. Eric Bjorgi for leading the research on behalf of the department and refining the proposed amendments that are brought forward today. So, similar to our current approach and in alignment with Council's strategic goal around relationships, administration is proposing that the most impactful applications that allow for the public to provide meaningful feedback on the proposal be brought to CPC. So what does that look like? We're proposing some clarified circumstances as to when applications will be referred to CPC. So as I noted on my initial slide, it's kind of whatever we're feeling, whereas now we've kind of created some high-level criteria and guidance as to when applications should come forward, and that would be where there's a lack of policy direction. So as you've probably well aware, some of our policy documents, our ASPs or ARPs, are quite dated, and so the interpretation or what was expected 20 years ago versus what we're experiencing now, the policy language doesn't quite give us enough direction, and so those types of applications would come forward to CPC, as well as questions of interpretation. Because we spend, as an administration, a protracted amount of time working with applicants when we just disagree on what this word means. So let's bring that to the CPC and have a larger group adjudicate that matter. Variance to the town's community architectural and urban design standards. So we acknowledge that this is a subjective subject, and by nature, design is subjective. And so it's not unheard of for administration to have lengthy conversations with applicants about the look and feel of their building, and sometimes we may disagree. And sometimes we could benefit from having another perspective weigh in on that discussion. So we are proposing that anytime there is a request to go outside or maybe take a slightly different interpretation on the architectural and urban design standards that come forward to CPC, so that we can have a more robust public discussion about look and feel, because we can see in our day-to-day meetings that that's very important to the members of our community. Variance requests between 11 and 20% on key development standards. So this would be things like building height, massing, setbacks, things that people would notice and would have an impact on how they enjoy their property, are things that we feel should come forward to CPC, again, to have a more robust public conversation about those elements. And then changes to applications that were previously decided upon by the CPC. Now, I know this one is a little bit touchy, in that there's a desire for, if it's a minor change, why can't admin just make it? And our position is that if we didn't make the decision, we can't clearly say what elements were important to that decision and whether this minor change is truly minor. If the CPC felt that, for example, that door was really key being placed there, and now it's being moved to the other side of the building, is it administration's place to say, yeah, you know, that was minor, we'll move that? Whereas for CPC, that might have been the linchpin in their decision making. So we recognize that there are opportunities, and there are other municipalities that do allow for minor amendments. We just need more time to determine what is minor in our community. So in the interim, we still want to bring amendments to applications that have previously come before CPC to come back to that decision-making body to approve those changes. So these impactful applications are basically applications that don't clearly comply with the regulations of the land use bylaw, and therefore would represent an unexpected change to neighboring properties and the public at large. Now, the land use bylaw inherently provides a level of understanding and certainty of what can be built where. So neighbors know that buildings constructed within their area will have a certain look and feel. They can generally expect how tall, what the exterior could look like, and what the building will be used for. Applications that conform to those standards within that area should not require additional public discussion, since in many of these cases, they would not have right of appeal to the SDAB anyway. However, there are situations where the public could raise their concerns based on impacts by the proposed development, and these are the applications we feel are best suited for that. So the benefits of this proposed future state: we'll get some clarity regarding who has decision-making authority on certain applications. It will provide greater clarity for the public to discuss applications that are impactful to them and surrounding properties. It will reinforce compliance with the land use bylaw, because in many cases we're looking at applications that don't quite fit, or there's a disagreement. This proposed amendment will allow us to hopefully encourage compliance with the land use bylaw in order to not have to go to CPC. If you just reduce that variance from 11% to 10%, we can maybe make it work, rather than having to go through a more extended process by going to CPC. And it does provide us with some guidance that we don't clearly have right now with regard to policy gaps and differences in interpretation. Now, there are other ways to do this. There are approaches that could be used, as noted on the slide and in the report, all of which have their benefits and their drawbacks. There's no right or wrong answer. There's no standard way of doing this. Municipalities across Alberta, as well as across Canada, approach how these applications come forward differently. So it's really about establishing the process that best addresses the needs of our community while being mindful of internal capabilities and constraints. I previously worked for a municipality that went from all discretionary uses going to CPC and moved towards a version of our current state where administration had more authority to make decisions and then discretion on when things would go to planning commission. I've also worked with municipalities that don't have a planning commission at all, and all decisions are made by administration. So neither the approach proposed or the alternatives are completely unheard of. We're not doing anything totally outside the box. It's about what works best for our community. And with that, I recommend, we as administration recommend, that council give first reading to Bylaw 2023-20, Land Use Bylaw Amendment, Canmore Planning Commission Authority and Referrals, and schedule a public hearing for September 5th, 2023. And that council give first reading to Bylaw 2023-28, Subdivision Authority, Development Authority, and Municipal Planning Commission Establishment Bylaw Amendment, Development Authority, and Canmore Planning Commission. Say that 3 times fast. And on that happy note, if there are any questions, we are happy to field them.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. I really like most of these changes put forth, but I do have a question around the minor amendments to decisions made by CBC previously. You mentioned that, other municipalities, have looked at this and they've made a determination how they could potentially make some minor amendments. And you said in the interim, let's move to this. Might it be something that when this comes back, if it passes first reading and goes to a public hearing, that when it comes back for second reading, there might be a proposed amendment around that item?
Not at this time, because in other municipalities, they have gone to the extent of qualifying what is minor. So like actually listing what minor is so that it's clear for all parties. Yeah. If we did want to, we do want to explore that and will explore that, but we do want to have an opportunity to engage with stakeholders, including BOTA members, to understand what they see as being minor and providing them the benefit that they're looking for as part of moving to this process. We haven't had a chance to engage in that discussion as of yet. So that's why we wouldn't necessarily be bringing amendments forward by September 5th, but could probably bring forward amendments in early next year.
Okay. And of course, if this is approved for first reading and public hearing, there may be suggestions that come forth from the public that council will want to consider. So that's, I guess that's a possibility that if BOTA was bringing something forward, there might be something that we would consider at that time. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Mayor Kosert and Ms. Miller, for your presentation. My question is around the amendment regarding a lack of policy direction or questions of interpretation. Okay. And when I see that coming to CPC, my question is, CPC then is tasked with making a decision. Mm-hmm. That decision could decide that application, but then what about the lack of clarity and interpretation on statutory plans? Does that decision then inform the way administration makes future decisions? Does that potentially come back to council to be resolved? I just like where, and because I'm getting jumbled in my words, so I'm going to calm down.
Okay.
How does CPC then understand what happens with their decision if they make a decision when there's a lack of clarity?
Mm-hmm. So that really depends on what policy or what gap is being brought forward. Sometimes it's the applicant thinks it says this and the administration thinks it says that, or based on previous experience and how we've applied it in the past, this is how we apply it. So it would really depend. I will say that administration pays a great deal of attention to what decisions are made, both by CPC as well as by council, as well as by the SDAB, and that is what informs our housekeeping amendments that we bring forward at least once a year. We're trying to get to twice a year, and it could mean that we bring forward policy amendments in order to kind of close that policy gap. It also depends what policy document we're talking about. Is it an ASP that's quite dated that we might be looking at updating in the near future, and so maybe we'll wait for that update to deal with that matter? Is it an MDP amendment? So there's a number of things that we're trying to weigh. What's the scale of impact of bringing forward that amendment? Is this something we deal with every day and need clarity right now, or is this a bit of a one-off that in the grand scheme of all of the work that we're trying to advance, we can use this decision to help us inform future applications, but the decision, it's not often that the same policy question comes up in a recurring fashion. So maybe with the exception of employee housing and industrial, but all other policy questions that have been raised have usually been a one-off. And so we kind of assess them in that moment to determine what next steps are.
Could CPC table the decision and refer it back to council?
I don't think so. From the way that we've outlined our bylaws are structured, council is not explicitly identified. If the council is not explicitly identified as a development authority.
My question was clumsy. Could they refer the policy interpretation issue back to council and then have the decision in front of CPC come back to them?
So we have encountered that once before, where CPC felt that a policy document needed to be advanced in a more timely fashion in order to address some of the concerns that they were seeing in front of them. And so CPC did write a letter to council advising them of their concerns, because they are working in an advisory space to council, and that is something that they can do, is advise council of issues that they're seeing and the need for changes to be brought forward. So what I would see happen is that CPC could send a letter advising council of their concerns, and then council could decide whether they want to pick up that issue and make a motion directing administration to pursue further work or not.
But CPC would still have to make a decision on the matter that's come before them.
Correct.
Yeah, because they're bound by
Right.
by regulation.
And that is what has happened previously, whereas the CPC, and I think Councillor Hillstad, you'll remember what application this was for, it's application on 10th Street here, where there was a question of policy interpretation, and the CPC had to make a decision, because that's what was before them, and do the best they could with the policy and come to their own interpretations. And then after making a decision, reaching out to council, looking for further direction.
Okay, thank you for those questions. Looking to see if there are any other questions. Seeing none, thank you very much, Ms. Miller. So I will first move. Does anybody have, first of all, does anybody have a problem with dealing with the first reading and the public hearing in the same motion? I can split them if anybody's wanting to do that. Okay, so I will move that council give first reading to Bylaw 2023-20, Land Use Bylaw Amendment, Canmore Planning Commission Authority and Referrals, and schedule a public hearing for September 5th, 2023. As mentioned during my questions, I look forward to receiving public feedback, particularly from industry, as to the impact of these changes. It seems to me that it's going in a direction of more certainty and as to what goes to CPC, and I think that that's a positive. So I will be supporting first reading and look forward to the public hearing. Would anybody else like to speak to this motion? Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Mayor Krauser. I will vote in favor. I do look forward to the public hearing, and I'm definitely interested in potentially something being added around matters going to CPC for interpretation and clarity around policies that could help CPC understand then what it does with that, i.e., not just making a decision on the matter in front of them, but help, what is their role in helping resolve resolve the lack of clarity or interpretation. I don't know what it looks like. I don't know if it's possible, but I just want to say now that I think that would, as a member of CPC, and having seen some of the questions that arise around, how do we make decisions, and why is this in front of us, and what do we look to as CPC members in order to make decisions, I think just like a little, like one more section could help in that matter. But like I said, first reading. Thank you.
Okay. Interesting. If anything comes out in that regard, of course, we'll consider all things presented to us. I am wondering if, because what I'm hearing from Ms. Miller is that, I mean, of course, CPC doesn't set precedent and doesn't write the law, but it can inform the opinion of the Development Authority going forward, because it's in the opinion of the Development Authority that these things are sent to CPC. So it could inform that opinion. That's a beyond this judgment role, but we'll see if there's anything that's suggested that might speak to what you're getting at. Would anybody else like to speak to this motion? I will then call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And now we'll turn to first reading of the bylaw 2023-28. Originally, there was, on this agenda, had first to third readings, but really some of these things are dependent upon the land use bylaw that's changing, and so that's why we're just going to give first reading today, and if passed, second reading would be considered after the bylaw 2023-20 is determined. So I will move that Council give first reading to bylaw 2023-28, Subdivision Authority, Development Authority, and Municipal Planning Commission Establishment Bylaw Amendment, Development Authority, and Canmore Planning Commission. Anybody like to speak to that motion? I will be voting in support. Call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. We will now move to item, what are we on? G3, Land Use Bylaw Amendment 2023-24, 205 Stewart Creek Rise. Let me just pull it up here. And welcome to Council.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of Council. I am obviously not Mr. Gravel, who is the author of this report.
Well, you never know. Once you, I
But
don't.
Well, I don't know what would make you think that.
I forget what he
I don't know
looks
what would
like.
make you
I
think
forget
that.
what he looks like underneath that wonderful beard.
That could be okay. Well, we tried for the Nathan Gravel hologram, but anyway, I am more than happy to be in front of Council this morning to introduce this land use bylaw amendment. The staff report is within the agenda that Council has. Let's see. This land use bylaw amendment proposes to redesignate 205 Stewart Creek Rise from PD public use to R3SC, which is residential comprehensive multiple unit within the Stewart Creek district, and to R2ASC, residential family low density district within the Stewart Creek district. This redesignation will allow Canmore Community Housing to achieve its development goals to provide vital home units on the subject site. Ms. Olette, the Executive Director of CCH, is here, and she would be more than happy to answer any questions that Council may have this morning. Staff are in support of the application. The application aligns with the Stewart Creek ASP, and it's consistent with existing land use for the area. This overhead slide should provide some context. It is within the Stewart Creek area. The land is cleared. It's surrounded by low to medium residential development or vacant land that's designated and intended for residential development, and it's within the Stewart Creek ASP plan area. Now, the redesignation of this land from PD is, and this is lot 28 MR, excuse me, which is outlined in the staff report. This is a residual step within the process that Council approved to dispose of Lot 28 MR. There is a discussion within the staff report of the chronology. This parcel will not serve as public open space because now Council has made this decision that it become land available for residential purposes. The land was sold to CCH, and they have consolidated it with their adjacent parcel. As the subject site is one parcel, in administration's opinion, CCH's proposal to have one land use district cover the entire site is definitely appropriate. In looking at the difference between R2A and R3SC, there are some changes to yard setbacks. This is not a completely square parcel. It is irregularly shaped, and the front and rear property lines do come together moving to the west, which reduces the development potential for the site. But with the reduced setback requirements of the R2ASC district, there will be greater opportunities for development, and it'll allow for a larger development footprint on the site. As said before, the proposed rezoning aligns with the land use concept within the area structure plan, which does identify this as a residential area as the ASP moves through implementation. And it also aligns with the proposed land use district in the same district that governs the adjacent parcels. So as I noted previously, we are in support of this application. We did complete preliminary stakeholder engagement on this site. There was a circulation that was sent to landowners within 60 meters of the site, and we allowed a month for comment. We did receive 6 letters in response. There's 2 major issues that were identified from the respondents. A loss of open space, but however, this area has been identified to be disposed of for residential uses. Increased traffic and access problems along Stewart Creek Rise. Because this is within a comprehensively designed subdivision, which was supported by a traffic impact assessment to ensure that the road network within the area would be acceptable. Our engineering colleagues have noted that there could be a slight increase in residential units afforded by the proposed land use change, which could have a very small impact on overall traffic within the area, but it's within the tolerance limits of the existing traffic impact assessment, and it wouldn't result in a change to the outcomes of what the TIA says and forecasts will happen within the neighborhood. There are some site-specific issues that engineering has noted with respect to driveway locations and sight lines and things like that, but that would be something that we would look at the development permit stage, not at the land use reclassification stage. So finally, the administration recommendation is that Council give first reading to Bylaw 2023-24, and that a public hearing be scheduled for September 5th, 2023. And this concludes staff's presentation, and we're more than happy to speak to any questions that Council may have. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Looking to Council to see if there are any questions. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for your presentation. This is an exciting project, even though we don't know what the project looks like, but being curious, as I always am, do we understand what the range of doors might be for this parcel of land, or these parcels of land?
I think, can I defer that to Ms. Olet?
Sure, yeah.
Do you have an answer?
You want to answer it right now? Yeah. Sure, Ms. Willett. I wanted the opportunity for you to come forward anyway. Yeah. So Ms. Willett, before you give us an indication of what we might look forward to as the number of doors that could be on that land. Congratulations on your new position as the Executive Director of Canmore Community Housing.
Thank you.
And do you have any idea right now of what number of doors we
Yeah.
might be looking at?
We do, and just based on some of the variances allowed under the future district that we're applying for, we could do potentially 18 units. If you envision the site size compared to the adjacent development under the same district, we'd like to tighten it up a little bit and try and get a little more out of the site. But based on the wait list for our ownership program, we could come up with any combination of single or, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom types of units and have buyers. So we don't have a problem with the market side in the project, and so I think we can come up with something that's attractive and reasonable, and about 18, 20 units potentially.
Exciting. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Yeah,
Thank
it wasn't
you.
a trick question, I promise.
Yeah. Thanks for making yourself available today, and we look forward to seeing this project as it moves forward.
Thank you.
Should it pass today, of course.
I am as well. If there's any other questions, I'm happy to answer them.
No, I don't see any. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from council? Seeing none, thank you for presentation. Thank you for stepping in for Mr. Gravel.
It's my pleasure. I guess only Miss Miller knows the answer to that.
Miss Miller's office has a bunch of beards hanging there. And you can just choose your look for the day.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. I will move that council give first reading to bylaw 2023-24. I will definitely support this motion. This gets us a step closer to being able to develop those lands, provide those doors, and continue to meet the need of the community with respect to housing. Anybody else like to speak to the motion? Councillor McCallum?
Thank you, yeah. So happy to support this. When this neighborhood was designated, we made it really clear at that time that these parcels were meant for affordable housing. So, and I remember at the time Mayor Borroman being really happy that he could do that because we had had such pushback with the old daycare lands, which is of course a raging success. There shouldn't be any surprises. I'm happy to see that we're going to tighten that area up a bit, and I'm really wanted to give a shout out to the CCH board for getting this in the hopper while at the same time recruiting for a new executive director. And so in a lot of times things kind of sit still while that's happening, and that was not what was happening at the CCH table. So I'm happy to see this come forward so soon. Thank you.
Councillor Hillstead.
I will also be supporting this. I'm happy to see it come forward. I like the fact that they're going to R2A SC, as that's what the rest of the neighborhood is, so it ties in nicely. So yeah, happy to see it come forward and look forward to the public hearing.
Councillor Merritt.
Thank you. I will be supporting this also. I think this is a very important thing in our community. Needs this, and so it's just a no-brainer for me, so thank you.
Great. All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And I'll move that council schedule a public hearing for bylaw 2023-24 for September 5th, 2023. Would anyone like to speak to that motion?
It's like public hearing day.
I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. We'll now move to item G4, Emergency Management Bylaw Amendment. Ms. Miller, Part 2. Part 2. Yes.
Thank you for having me.
Welcome to council.
Oh, thank you for having me. So as discussed at the July 4 regular council meeting, the proposed emergency management bylaw in front of you today increases the emergency advisory committee from 1 to 2 members. And this gives us parity with the town of Banff for our municipal emergency advisory committees, so that there's parity on the regional emergency advisory committee. That is all.
Thank you. And we're, of course, very well versed on this, given that we passed the Regional Emergency Advisory Committee bylaw recently, and we knew that this would be coming. In fact, in anticipation of such, we appointed Councillor Hillstad as the second councillor from Canmore, so there will be myself, Councillor Ma, and Councillor Hillstad, at least until the organizational meeting in October. Is there any questions from council? Seeing none, thank you very much, Ms. Miller.
Thank you.
I will then move the council give first reading to the Emergency Management Bylaw Amendment, Emergency Advisory Committee Increase, Bylaw 2023-27. This is housekeeping to make sure that we in fact have the allotted members at the table for the regional gathering, and certainly welcome the additional councillor at our local gatherings that we have quarterly. So I will support this motion. Would anybody else like to speak? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll move that council give second reading to the Emergency Management Bylaw Amendment, Emergency Advisory Committee Increase Bylaw 2023-27. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll move that council give leave to go to the third reading of the Emergency Management Bylaw Amendment, Emergency Advisory Committee Increase Bylaw 2023-27. Call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And I'll move that council give third reading to the Emergency Management Bylaw Amendment, Emergency Advisory Committee Increase Bylaw 2023-27. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I will now call a meeting break, and we will resume at 10:15. All right, we're back. We'll now move to new business. H1, Facilities Use Decision Framework, existing Firehall. Mr. Hannes, welcome to council.
Good morning, and hope you're having a great summer, Mr. Mayor and council. Today, I'm excited to present the Facilities Use Decision Framework to council. Thank you for the support for this project. It's part of the transformation initiatives that the town is doing, moving from ad hoc type processes to more formalized processes, and this is an important one to the Facilities Department, and again, thank you for the support. The findings of the report have been really good, and I hope you'll agree that the application to the Firehall building was a good one as well. So starting with the problem statement of the overall project. The town did not have a formalized or structured approach to allocate space in town-owned facilities and a way to prioritize competing internal or external requests. So it's, moving from that ad hoc situation, and our spaces are constrained, there's many interests out there, and so that was essentially the problem that we're trying to solve. And to solve that problem, a number of key objectives were developed. So the first being to develop a space allocation framework to guide how space requests are filtered, prioritized, and decided upon. Wanted to optimize and formalize the process to allocate limited space in town-owned facilities. We wanted to make more transparent and consistent for internal and external stakeholders. And we wanted to test the framework to guide decision-making related to the change in use of the current fire hall. And so those are the summaries of summary of the objectives for this project. So in terms of the timeline for this initiative, we initiated the project last fall and moved into an information gathering and consultation phase with existing managers and the project team over the course of the winter. That report was developed and reviewed by administration, and ultimately it was applied to the fire hall. And that's where we're at now. So what is the framework overall? So in a nutshell, it filters the requests that come in for spaces within the organization, defines the intended use for available space. It's intended to optimize the use of town facilities, ensures a cost efficiency, creates apples-to-apples comparisons of multiple scenarios, creates facts-based decisions, and essentially, in a nutshell, is a tool to assist with the analysis and good judgment. So it's not a replacement of those two items. So we received basically a 100-page study from the consultant, and this is a one-pager that summarizes it all. So there's a lot on this page here, and I'll go through some of the highlights here. So on the left-hand side of the screen here, you'll notice that there's a number of different categories of what could become a space request. So for emergency scenarios, the scenario would be to bypass the actual framework because we are in an emergency scenario, notify the GM and CAO, and seek GM approval. For new hires, programs, or services, these space requests would either find space within existing facilities and then seek manager or GM approval, or fill out a space request form. And I'll get into the space request form in a minute here. It's an important deliverable of the overall initiative. For temporary space requests, one would fill out a space request form or contact the Recreation Facilities Booking Department and seeks those temporary spaces for those special initiatives. For simple modifications or reconfigurations, again, fill out that submit a fix-it request form which already exists, and the Facilities Department will address that. So those are fairly simple, straightforward space requests, but there's a number of different types and kinds of these, and so these are the general categories of the kinds of space requests that come in from day to day. For more complex requests, so those would include renovations, building reconfigurations, building enhancements, so additional spaces, special events, so new ones that are quite complex to manage, and also capital requests. These submitters would need to identify the funding source and often submit their request through the budgeting process and or fill out, again, that space request form. Okay, it would go to the facilities department, and then we'd go into phase 2 for more complex space requests. And I'll get into that phase 2 in a minute here as well. So again, lots of information here, and we won't need to go into details here, but really this is sort of the decision flow for any one of those different scenarios here. It starts with that space request, and it's really a series of yes/no questions and answers. Is the space request an emergency? If not, go to a temporary. Is it a temporary use? Nope. Is it a simple request within the existing space? If it's a yes, it goes down this stream here of the decision tree. So basically, it's a yes/no type scenario, and it really allows not only the administration group to reviews these requests to understand and consistently navigate through these space requests, but also the people who are submitting as well. They'll know the process and know what we're looking for. So if it's a complex space request, essentially it often starts with that space request form, and in that space request form, folks are asked to really think about the financial and cost considerations of their request. And then administration, the review team will review those different scenarios and develop a business case for those and work with those submitters to develop that business case if needed. So this is the 80-20 rule of this whole framework. The consultant team acknowledged that the quantity, the diversity, the complexity of these space requests are all over the place, and that changes with time. So our needs evolve over time. So what would be a slam dunk type request today may not be tomorrow, depending on our priorities and spatial constraints of the day. So this is the area where administration has that 20% flexibility within their framework to create some customization of the space request and evaluation process. So in this scenario here, the decision-making framework, typical what we do with existing procurements of our request for proposals and that sort of thing. It's a similar type process. What are the criteria that we are reviewing the submissions against? What are the weighting factors? It creates an answer, and we'll select the proponent accordingly. If it's an external request, it also highlights the need that an agreement may be needed at that point, and then we'd sign off on that agreement. So when developing that ranking criteria, again, the framework identifies different categories that can be used when evaluating submissions. Spatial needs criticality, programs and service impact, types of users, and say budget implications. So it's not a prescriptive list, but it's a categories that make sense in how we've judged space requests to date. And so, for example, if you look at the budget implications, so if there are operating and capital budget implications, or there's revenue generation where it's full cost recovery, or there's no revenue and it's full subsidization, that might that'll impact your scores basically, depending on how we evaluate those in the submissions. And the same is true with all these other categories. And here's a space request form. Again, you can see this is just a snapshot of what it looks like. It's a page and a half. It'll get filled out, so it could be like up to 2 or 3 pages long. Very simple, easy to use, basic information like location, duration, description, those kinds of things. And the areas that can get enhanced would be the benefits, the rationale, equipment needed, and those kinds of things that will help justify and rationalize those different space requests. So basically, it's a really simple, straightforward sheet that's a key deliverable of the overall initiative. So that was the framework itself in a nutshell. And so the next phase of the entire project was to apply it to the Firehall. So it was a great opportunity now. In September, we're hoping to have the fire team move over to the new fire station. They'll be moving out over the course of the coming weeks and months in the fall here. And then you have this wonderful facility in the downtown core. And so the question remains, what to do with it? Now, I'll start here with previous motions from council. So this was an oversight in the report, so I apologize for that. Thank you for raising that. So in the Finance Committee in 2021, there's a motion that the Finance Committee direct administration to consider both the sale or lease of the existing fire hall as part of the approach to funding the new fire hall in the 2022 capital budget. Now, and I'll get into this a bit more in a minute here, but administration certainly reviewed the capital sale and lease opportunities for this facility throughout the budgeting processes, and I'll go over that in a minute here. All right, so here we are. Here's the property on the corner, 2 frontages, 2-story building, prominent location. The building itself is built in 1986, 37 years old, 9,000 square feet, 29 square feet overall site. Now, in terms of the consideration of the sale of the property, at that time we did a market value, and we commissioned a market value, and it came in at around $4.8 million. So that's a number of years old now, and that's pre-pandemic, and so things have certainly changed. So, but the key thing that we were also weighing that against was the replacement value. It is difficult to build new properties in Canmore. Land is expensive. It takes many years to develop, like the fire station, for example. It's been on the books for upwards of a decade before we got that high priority building up and running. This building was built using 1986 dollars, and of course, inflation has happened since then, and so it's a paid-off building, and it's got many decades of life left in it. To replace just the building, just on a square footage basis, it's about $12 million, plus land, plus tie-ins with enabling works and that sort of thing. So we felt that the value of the building asset itself is higher value to keep and retain, knowing also that the town has significant spatial constraints. It's a growing community, that sort of thing. The need was there for space. So otherwise, the building is in great shape, it's well maintained, and it's got a long-lasting construction. So we considered all of that in terms of the facility. So when we ran it through the framework here, we recognize that in the fall sometime we'll have a vacant space. So are we in an emergency? Yes, no. The answer is no. Are we looking for a temporary use, less than a year or so? No, we're looking for a more longer-term reuse of the space. Is this going to be a simple request? No, this is quite a complicated space. It's a large square footage. There's political ramifications. There's lots of community interest, that sort of thing. Moving on to the next category. Is it a council priority? Is it an administration or operational priority? Is it within the scope of municipal services? The answer to all those are yes. So that leads us to the space use request form. Okay, so that's how it basically flows quite easily through the decision framework. And from here, we reviewed the different types of scenarios, and I'll get into that, how we engaged the different users. Okay, and then we moved into phase 2. Okay, so with this, in the phase 2, during the framework, the consultant met with the leaders of each department to assess how they perceive the current state of space allocation and what their current space needs are. In addition, we commissioned a spatial needs study in 2016, and that also identified some of the key constraints that we knew were in the community. And so if you recall, that's what really provided some great background and confirmation that a new fire station is actually required. It recognized that the current fire hall was the most spatially constrained facility in the portfolio facilities department. It also recognized that Public Works is quite spatially constrained, and they were making do at that time. It recognized that Protective Services was quite constrained within that Public Works space. But within the next short term, 3 to 5 years, Protective Services will be in a critical spatial constraint situation. And that was all prior to paid parking downtown. Okay, and so, with enhanced programs and services comes staff to do the work. And so we already had an awareness of some of these spatial constraints, but the departments that identified as having spatial constraints currently were Community Social Development, the Facilities Department, Human Resources, Municipal Enforcement, Public Works, and Recreation. Okay? And we also provided these managers another parameter to work within is that any renovations in that facility cannot exceed $200,000. And that number was based on the approved capital budget for the design services needed to renovate the building. Okay, so we already knew that was a bucket of money that existed, and we wanted to work within that bucket of money. Okay, and from there, we evaluated those submissions. So what did we receive? So what was interesting, one of the interesting outcomes of this whole process was that we only received 3 submissions. So once people understood what the constraints were with the envelope that we were working within, the location of the space, is it an appropriate location for those different programs and services, only 3 acknowledged that this is an appropriate space for us today, and we can work within that $200,000 envelope. So the first submission was Protective Services. Now, as described, it was already identified in 2016 that they are spatially constrained and their department has grown. They are looking for frontage property that has community access in and out of the building. Downtown location, of course, with the access to paid parking is where the core work is. And so right now they're looking for 10 offices, a number of different meeting rooms. They're also looking for bay space, storage rooms, and change rooms for their team. Now, what's interesting with this request is that, like everything we do in facilities, when you move people around, it's like playing Tetris. There's a trickle-down impact of moving people around. And so what it does do is it frees up not only office admin area in Public Works, it also frees up yard space. Both are spatially constrained, both very different types of spaces, and both are at the full mark at that facility. Also, at the rec center, there's 2 Public Works staff that are based there. Again, because of how constrained the Public Works department also is, that's what's had to happen. And 2 staff currently have no offices. They're working 100% from home because there's no space there. So essentially, we're able to make space by moving Protective Services over to the Firehall in 2 other different buildings, and which is also great. The other great thing about the rec center lifecycle maintenance project is that we built with extra capacity in mind. The office admin area had a number of different spaces that were built, not knowing what they would be used for. Never mind assuming that it would be Public Works. It was more assumed it would be recreation or facilities departments. But because we had built in a little bit of extra capacity, we were able to accommodate those spaces and not have to rent spaces or other things like that. So in terms of the benefit of building for the future, having a bit of contingency in our spaces is really helpful because we don't even know 100% what our space needs will be tomorrow necessarily. So for the facilities space request, we're looking for 1 room in that fire hall. Currently, we have 10 people based out of Elevation Place that was designed for 1. It also is a multi-use space that's used for a workshop, a janitor's closet, workshop, storage, meeting room. So we're also bringing on a new fire facilities supervisor that will likely be based out of that space. So the idea is to move half of the staff who are based out of the downtown core and throughout town, out of Elevation Place into this building, and also move out of Millennium Park. Again, trickle-down effects here. We're using a storage area behind the washrooms there, which is quite inconvenient for our teams. This is great paved access for the quick in and outs for our team. It would work very well for that. In addition, our team clears the snow on the plazas throughout the downtown area, all by hand. So when we have a snow event, basically they drop everything other than the snow shovels, and they're laboriously moving the snow around. There's no room for any more piece of equipment that we can bring in to help them out. Now with the half bay, we can actually get a piece of equipment to help them out and to work more efficiently. And the other space request was from Public Works. So as you know, they are working all over town. We have a very long linear community bisected by roads, trains, highways, that sort of thing. And there's a lot of work in the downtown core. This creates a great opportunity to maximize efficiencies, less wear and tear on the equipment, to secure a half bay for seasonal snow removal and parks equipment. I have a feeling that as the space gets used for these purposes, the desire and the opportunities will present themselves should they continue to work out of this facility in terms of finding more benefits of being based out of this building here. So what are we dealing with here? So this is the floor plan. This is the main floor and the second floor of the fire hall existing. These dark gray areas here are the spaces that are up for grabs, and the green spaces are either shared utility or washroom facilities here. So we have right now we have a washroom, mechanical room. This is the kitchen / training room area. Washrooms and showers on the main floor. Upper floor is a training room, mechanical room, and washrooms as well. These hatched areas are open air spaces, and the white areas here are corridor spaces through the buildings here. Okay, you'll note that the main entrance to the building is here, and there's a back door to the parking area in these two areas here. Okay. So after we looked at the spatial requests, we overlapped that with the floor plan here. So the areas in blue represent the protective services spatial requests. So they would have the office admin area here, and the great thing here is that we renovated the space in 2015 to accommodate space requests, and also an issue with a small fire that occurred in the facility. So don't let a bad thing go to waste, sort of thing. We opened up the spaces. We got rid of a redundant washroom, that kind of thing. And so that worked great for the fire team to really allow them to function effectively since 2015. But guess what? You know, the use of the space for protective services is almost identical. And so when there's the equivalent type of space being reused like this, minimizes the amount of renovations required. So, you know, that situation, which was unfortunate in 2015, has now secondary benefits years later in terms of another reuse. So to me, that warms my heart a little bit, that you know, we have a use that would be perfectly suited for that space. And then basically these 4 bays here for their vehicles, kennel, electric bikes, and that sort of thing, based out of the bays here. The purple area here is the facility space on the main floor here, so great backdoor access here. So they would have a desk here, touchdown space here, some storage along the walls here. So just basically we have the desktop computers, the desk, and some shelving that we just need to purchase to get up and running here. And this bay here could be used for equipment. And the yellow is really just space for Public Works. A $0 move, just literally moving some equipment over here and storing it for use. So now really comes down to the red areas here is what's up for grabs. So we have basically 2 full bays here, and 2 partial bays here as well. We have the former dorms up on the 2nd floor here, about 645 square feet on the 2nd floor. And this is a small storage area. It's really a mezzanine. It's really considered a 3rd floor. It's ladder access. This is where the hose tower was drying off their hoses. So really poor quality, not very functional storage space, but it is space available nonetheless. So in summary, we have about 645 square feet left in sort of more, that could be office admin area in the former dorms area. So not that much, the equivalent of maybe 10 offices. Most of the available space is in the form of bays, 2 full bays and 2 half bays, and again, some small storage areas. So for a total of about 1,900 square feet, 20% of the, representing 20% of the area. So this is a potential shared space. It's the green areas here that we looked on the previous floor plan there. That actually represents 13% of the floor plan. Training room, kitchen, washrooms, and showers. Okay, so this is important factor to consider if we're to go to external space requests. Those spaces that are remaining are buried fairly deeply within the building. There'd be 2nd floor access, so stairs involved, no front entryway or greeting area available. There's 13 stalls on site, which isn't that many, and they'll become paid parking, likely next year. And we have a type of use in there that needs some security measures. So right now, we would be installing a security system as part of the reconfiguration of the spaces. But we'd have to enhance that further if we have external users. We never mix external and internal users in any of our other spaces, typically. We have to match security accordingly. So there's some constraints, and every time you add a constraint, that reduces your revenue potential as well. So the ideal rental situation is exclusive use. I have got as much control as possible in how I use that space and how I configure the space, that sort of thing. Main floor access, that kind of thing. So every time you add a layer of a constraint, that really impacts what you can actually rent it for and the type of user that you could actually put in there. Okay, so what does this all mean in terms of the brass tacks of the budget? So to operate the building, the additional cost to keep it for those 3 uses, the protected services, facilities, and public works right now would be an additional $35,000 to operate the building, in addition to what we already use. So that comes in the form of custodial services, in the bulk of that, and also snow and ice removal for that area. Okay, right now, Fire and Rescue Services do the custodial in that building. So now we'd have to outsource that service. Same as the snow and ice removal. So in terms of capital expenses, the good news is that, really we're looking at $40,000 or so to move those 3 departments in there. So overall, not a very large dollar figure. And a lot of that is really furniture, fixtures, some IT equipment, those kinds of things. So not very much money or logistics required. The remaining funding is in terms of life cycle maintenance. So the building is heavily used, spatially constrained, so we can't get in there to do all the things that we'd like to do. Here, by having a department vacate creates a really rare opportunity to do some work in there. So things like concrete fix and finish on the pads and the bays, and resealing that, doing a deep painting and deep cleaning throughout the facility, mainly on the dorm side. New flooring on the kitchen area and the hallway area. Those things that just couldn't be done previously, and now's a great time to do it. And so, about $190,000, which happens to be very close to the budget of that we already have for the design reuse of the building. Now, that really, I think, sums it up and leads to our recommendations. So our recommendations to council are to reuse the space for protective services, facilities, and public works departments. All three requests ranked, passed the ranking process, and all can be accommodated for a fairly low amount of funding. We'd also like to amend the existing capital project that was focused only on the design phase, because when that project was presented, we had no idea what it could be. And so now we do know, and so now we have a much reduced scope of what it needs to be to repurpose the space. So it would be budgetarily efficient to expand the scope and actually implement the work to make this building available as soon as possible this fall. And then also consider looking at the remaining spaces. 20% of the space does remain. So, we understand the sensitivity and the community expectation of this whole facility. We know that there's many ideas of ways this building could be used, from private sector all the way to institutional type uses or non-for-profit. We understand there's constraints everywhere throughout the community. Almost every organization is facing similar spatial constraints that the town of Canmore is. So so this recommendation is to explore what is out there with the space that's remaining, and acknowledging that there's some significant constraints associated with those spaces, in addition to, and how that ranks to retaining that 20% for future growth and expansion or other town of Canmore needs as well. So that could all be looked at the same time. So that's the recommendations there, just to explore what the community has or could fit in the space that's remaining. So with that, I'll conclude the presentation and open the floor to any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hannes, for this very detailed presentation about both the new framework as well as how it pertains to the existing fire hall. I do have a couple questions. What I'm gathering, and obviously what I'm seeing also, I go around to the various facilities and buildings on a regular basis, often with the CAO and cookies. Looking, for example, at the protective services and municipal enforcement, they are, 6 or 7 people crammed into a space that could maybe be realistically a workspace for 2. Mm-hmm. So it seems to me that it's not status quo is not sustainable. So if the fire hall was not used for internal needs, what will have to be done given that the needs of protective services, the needs of public works, you said both the building and the yard are at full. What would that look like as far as projects down the road or otherwise?
Yeah, so just to take off on renting space for protective services would be about $160,000 annually. So that's one scenario is a lease scenario, operationalize those costs. And obviously building a space, like again, even to rent a space, it'd have to be in the right location, have the right kind of amenities that this facility would have. So it has to be the right kind of space as well. So if that even exists. So not easy. And then to build a space, obviously it's, again, it's a long process. It's years away. Mm-hmm. Land might be needed to get secured or that sort of thing. So it's like it doesn't exist almost.
So given we have the current facility, it would probably be the most responsible use of tax dollars we've already spent is to continue
Correct.
housing. Now, out in the community, there's a variety of dreams and speculations as to what that space could be used for. Now, there's only limited parking spots, so it's not really conducive to a community public space. But was there any thought or discussion around those speculative uses that are out there?
For sure, we did look at that, and also in contrast with what the town also needs as an organization. And so, yeah, we're aware of a number of those requests, and we've had some communications with a number of different groups. So we are aware that, you know, the range of ideas is really as broad as your imagination.
Right. And
so,
some of those could apply, if this is approved, for the available space. Some of them it may fit for, for their uses. Okay.
Correct.
Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Mayor Crowser. Thank you, Mr. Haynes, for your presentation. I'm curious around the facility use decision framework, and I was hoping, because our facilities are community facilities, and they can, you know, range from internal operations to community groups to potential revenue sources. How does the framework consider those other priorities or community needs with respect to that decision-making structure?
Right, so that's the customization part of a complex request, right? So when you can customize the framework to include a community needs component, perhaps, or what are the revenue potential that could be generated, or what problems are that external use solving that is a community need, sort of thing. So that's where you would customize the decision framework, the selection process appropriately. And so it's really key to, if you go external, that would be very clear as to what the space is and what it is not. Just like we do with any request for proposal for any services we procure, we have to be very clear to the contractors and consultants out there what we're looking for, so that they're not, you know, providing us a scope this big when you only need something this big. And so same with this is, here's the space that we have. It's not this, you know, it's 600 square feet of space that has some parking considerations, you know, those kinds of things, right? So.
Okay, so if I understand you, the framework can be tailored specifically to what outcomes we're looking for in a specific facility?
It can be, yeah, of course. Because, again, those needs will change over time. Even if we are very crystal clear of what those needs are today, tomorrow's needs could be different, right? So
how does the community get its needs considered in a situation like this?
So we do have a council priorities already that include a lot of external components to it, right? So livability and those kinds of things. And so that might be a good starting point as to what we'd be looking for.
I can give other councillors opportunity for questions.
Sure. Councillor Merrow.
Thank you, Mr. Holness, for your detailed report. I just have a couple of questions. The $160,000 would be current dollars to rent for the protective services if we were renting space?
Really rough numbers, yes.
Just rough, like,
Yes,
yeah,
right.
that's what that would be for. Is there any cost savings that we would currently incur by moving these three areas into the fire hall?
It basically would defer the need for renting these kinds of space or building a new facility at millions of dollars.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. I had one other question here, and I just seem to have misplaced it here. When you're reconfiguring and we're using, I think it was for the public use was a half a bay, facilities was a half a bay in the bay areas. Would something like that, could you, like when we're thinking mixed use and we're looking to save money instead of expanding and doing, would something like that, could like Rome put a bus in there? Is that kind of a thing that mixed use that could happen? I'm not saying that's what would happen.
Right. Yeah, that is a use that could be conceivable, given, you know, that they're an agency of the town, not an agency, but like we do fund them and that sort of thing. They're affiliated in some sort of way. very limited amount of parking needed for their staff, those kinds of things. So, it could be a scenario.
And I know currently, like Mayor Krausert said, when you go up to the different buildings, I've only been over a couple times to tour or visit, you see little heads popping up from areas you wouldn't think, so I know that this is a need, so even at the RCMP station, you're like, whoa, hello, hello, so thank you for your looking at the whole vision. Thank you.
Welcome.
Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for your presentation, Mr. Hannes. And I appreciate you bringing that motion back. I'm going to be a little bit of a stickler over process and ask a question that might not be a popular one. The motion from the Finance Committee directs administration to consider both sale or lease of the existing fire hall as part of the approach to funding the new fire hall. What kind of lease opportunities did the administration look at before they reached inside to find out what kind of spatial constraints they had? Because that is the motion from Finance Committee. It was to go out and get money. So what did that look like?
Right, so we know that renting of space is, it ranges quite a bit depending on first floor, corner lot, that sort of thing. But, and also the type of space it is as well. Like it's a light industrial bays type use, but also office administration type commons. So basically for administrational type space in the downtown core can range from $25 to $35, $40 a square foot basically. So but the bays areas would be a little bit different in that, at a possibly lower rate.
But I guess my question is, did we go out to market and say, yo, market, are you interested in this building? Because that was the instruction from council, that or to consider a sale opportunity. So we know what the appraised value of it, you guys did that side. What was it, when we went out to market, what did the market have to tell us?
So we went to, we did a market valuation of the building, which looked at the different renting opportunities for that space. So we did through we call it consultant third-party services.
So we did an internal evaluation,
Yes.
But we didn't actually reach out to the market.
That's correct.
And how does that align with the motion that council provided through that the Finance Committee provided to council?
The motion, in our interpretation, was to consider lease and sale potential for the space. And that's how we considered it, is to weigh those potential opportunities in relation to our actual financial picture and our ability to deliver the capital and operating programs.
Okay. I would say that that's not what I expected based on the discussion that we had in 2021, because we had a much broader discussion about the potential of distilleries and outside businesses, and I guess in my mind at that time, outside of, part of the sale would be go find an appraiser, pay the appraiser to give the appraisal, but in terms of lease, I would, I guess I had, based on the discussion, and it was a very robust discussion at that time, and it was Finance Committee, I understand that, but I expected a hell of a lot more, pardon my French. So, I just wanted to lay that out. I don't think I understood how spatially constrained we were. I don't think I think it's been touched on over the last few years, and I think that with COVID, we weren't sure what the future of workplace would look like, because there was quite a few years where our workplaces were gutted pretty much. Everybody was working from home. So I guess I thought that, and I guess I'm speaking to those at the dais because I have sent some emails requesting information about this. I don't think I realized how spatially constrained we were, and I think I expected to be able to get financial opportunity out of the lease of the fire hall, not internal opportunity. So I'm just going to say that straight out right now. That being said, I think that this is definitely an important option to consider, and I'm glad that it's being brought to council to consider. So,
just one moment.
Yeah, go ahead.
Dr. Cottle, did you want to speak to that
Is it okay?
matter
Are
as
you
well?
done?
Yeah,
I don't want to,
well, with this question, I have
Yeah.
more questions that are more positive in nature, but.
Well, just to, I don't experience your question as negative or you as
Okay.
negative, so I appreciate you raising it. And
Yeah.
if it's a process point of frustration, it's total fair game for conversation. So,
Perfect.
I've got 2 mics. Anyway,
Buy,
so
sell, buy,
I don't, the question is welcome.
Okay.
And I think part of your summary is really good. The landscape on this project and what it could be has really been changing. We made a conscious decision not, if we ask the community, we're hearing from the community.
Oh, I'm sure.
Mr. Hannes has actually had a couple of lease proposals from potential tenants who have just sent them to us. So part of the going to market without council direction to do that, I think could have caused expectation in the community, which is part of why we're bringing this report to council today. If that's the route you want to go, you can direct us to go that way. But for us to just do that actually creates a lot of work and potential expectation. The other thing I think that's a nuance in the motion from the Finance Committee is around the 2022 capital budget. And because the budget for building the new fire hall was approved with funding, the ability to get lease money to offset the capital construction of the new there's kind of a nuance, I think, in how that may have been interpreted. On top of changing work conditions and COVID, and then, if I'm looking at Mr. Hannes and thinking, when we opened Elevation Place, before we opened Elevation Place, we hired 1 new person, him. And then we opened that building and went, okay, oh my gosh, right? And it's changed our recruiting ever since. I think the same thing has happened with paid parking. So your frustration is fine, it's on point, and it's a good question.
Yeah.
We can do the kind of lease analysis you're looking for, but we did not think it was prudent to do that without council direction because it will set community expectation. And we also didn't really understand our space constraints until we got the framework and started doing some of the work. So it's complicated.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does the spatial needs study actually apply anymore?
Yeah, there still are some relevant factors to it, absolutely. We've implemented a number of those recommendations in there. Those kinds of things can get refreshed every 10 to 20 years kind of thing, depending on growth. And it's coming up on, 10 years at 2025. So.
Right. Wow. What kind of opportunities, knowing it's Tetris, and I love the analogy, what kind of opportunities in the buildings that will be partially, not vacated, because it implies that it will be empty, what kind of opportunities will these changes make in the buildings that people will be moving from, in moving to the old fire hall?
Right. So for protective services, moving out of the Public Works building, it frees up 1 space where 6 staff are based out of. So that would become office for 1 full-time and 1 or 2 touchdown spaces. It would vacate 2 internal office, enclosed office spaces, other office spaces, where staff from the rec department or the rec center can move over and actually join up with the staff at the Public Works.
Right.
Okay, so basically those spaces are already kind of like could be allocated like in a heartbeat.
Right.
And there's 2 Public Works staff that are fully remote that can now use some of those hotel spaces now.
Okay.
Okay, so, and then at the Recreation Center, those 2 offices would be available for, we now have 2 project managers for facilities departments, so they can use that as a hoteling space. And then also the rec department is requesting to put in a rec supervisor based out of there.
And are we using the same sort of delivery of office space in those other buildings like we are on the main floor here in terms of everybody's got a locker, they choose a desk? Thanks for
Yeah, we do
coming to
have
work.
hotel spaces at the rec center, and they're also at the Public Works building, and so this will create more opportunities for that as well.
Right,
Yeah,
because I do think that's a very efficient use
correct.
of space, especially when you have people that work in and out of the building.
Just
Go
on
ahead.
that, before going to another question, and then here at the Civic Center, the parking ambassadors, will
Right.
they be relocated at the fire hall, and then it creates
They'll-
space at the end?
Correct. Right now, they're basically trying to find spaces wherever they can. And with, it's worked, they may do sort of thing. This would be a better scenario where they can have dedicated touchdown spots where they can also keep their equipment and also their papers that they actually are still using and spread out a little bit to implement their digitization of that information.
Great. Sorry, Councillor.
And also,
Yeah.
yard space at Public Works.
Right.
So where the vehicles are stored, the staff are driving, and also, e-bikes, that sort of thing. It'll free up garage space, open yard space, staff parking space, and vehicle parking space as well. So a number of those factors will be a major benefit to Public Works.
And so the fire hall, the limited parking that's there will be paid parking?
That's correct.
And so how will that work when you have public works staff that are used to driving to work out to the yard? How will that work for downtown? Will they be adjusting the way they transport themselves to work now?
We haven't got into those level of details, but I can see a lot of scenarios where they still go to Public Works to pick up a vehicle, to tie into a trailer, or that sort of thing, to move that say a snow removal equipment to, say, large area or something like that.
And have we considered at all moving our own sort of individual staff vehicles? They're not individual staff vehicles. The staff vehicles over there instead of having them here?
Here's another example, right?
Well, I just think then you have a better eye on them in terms
Right.
of cameras, and they're more convenient, and you're going to have your bylaw vehicles anyways. I'm just curious. So I'm going to ask one more question, and then I'm going to leave it. Sorry. I had lots stewing up for this one. So the 20% remaining space, which I have to say was a bit of a when I heard that. The 20% remaining space, what do you think that would be best? Like, in the motion, it talks about leasing that out, but I feel like this track is on a nonprofit track, and I'm not sure if that's exactly, in line with what anybody on council at the time had when we moved down this road. So what kind of organizations, or it would lend itself purely to commercial space? We've basically said no to anything else with the way you're not divvying up stalls or bays. So.
Yeah, the more different the use and the more departure from institutional / town of Canmore type uses, the more expenses are likely for the town and or the tenant.
So we basically reverse engineered this whole thing into the fact that it's not going to be feasible for outside organizations in which we would receive rent from to actually use the space.
It still can be used for external organizations, but I do see that,
A real limit.
within, that another constraint would be short-term leases. I'd only probably entertain year-to-year leases, one-year renewals.
Why?
Because the town needs are always changing so much. And the likelihood of a new request coming in, or a council priority or a new initiative is high. It's a very fast-growing, fast-moving community, and so we have to, adapt accordingly.
What about the public works yard? Is that on the 10-year capital plan for?
It is.
Okay. All right, thank you. I'll shut up now.
So just onto that last one, I've heard of, it was mentioned today, potential of Rome. I've also heard EMS as potential lessor, or lessee, yeah. So we'll see what could come for that. Councillor Faubert, back to you.
Thank you, Mayor Crosser. I'm definitely hearing that there are spatial needs operationally, and I know that we are in the middle of business transformation and service level review, and I know that in the past there have been like projects and new service levels like Elevation Place that when they come online, there's perhaps unanticipated staffing needs. What does, for you, it look like to create a more, like, have a broader, more strategic, long-term understanding and plan around how we address our internal spatial needs? Because to me, this process seems to have been, like, we have this site and we can use it to meet these needs, but that there could be other solutions in the long term, and this is a short-term solution, but it sounds like this is a long-term use of this building, because you use words like decades. So, you know, when I'm thinking to the future and I'm trying to create a vision and an understanding and a strategy for these needs, what do we do? Because there could be other locations 5 to 10 years from now that might be better suited to these uses, but we haven't really talked about that.
Yeah, and so the spatial needs study, which was a very robust and it was a hard project to implement. I'll say it's just really intensive. Like it took a lot of internal resources to get that built, because the consultant doesn't know our organization. So he spent a lot of time with our organization and inside of all of our buildings. And there's lots of different types of uses, right? From, you know, outdoor parking to indoor administration or secure storage, you know, those kinds of things. So navigating those waters, very complicated. And so at that time, folks had a fairly good idea of what their immediate needs are. And also distinguishing between wants and needs is also a perpetual challenge for, I think, everybody. And so balancing that as well. So really trying to get into the what are your needs, spatial needs, was a very difficult exercise. And so it's our best attempt. And so I noticed that it was more and more difficult after about 5 years what our spatial needs are going to be. And who could have predicted COVID? So that happened in the middle there. That's totally changed the game. We've fastest growing community in Alberta, those kinds of statistics. You know, we plan for averages, right? And what happened the last 5 years. So having a little bit of buffer in our facilities is good business, I think, to be able to accommodate those ebbs and flows of those pulses of need right now that we didn't anticipate last year, as a general rule.
Dr. Cottle, you had wanted to add something?
It's a great question, and I'll just add to what Mr. Hannes has said, that the other significant unknown for us is future development. And so until we know the decision around the court case with Three Sisters and what the potential timing of building on those lands are, the timing and what happens will have an impact on town operations and future town facilities. But there's so many unknowns with that also, adding to all of the other unknowns, that as a short term, the use of an existing facility that still has life in it as built seems like a wise next move until we have some certainty about the growth of operations and the community, given all the question marks there as well.
Councilor Forber, do you have any other questions?
I do have another question.
Go ahead.
You know, I think you kind of nailed the core of the question really correctly, like what do we do with this site? And the framework, the facility use decision framework provides a structure or direction on what we do with facility spaces. And, you know, from a governance perspective, what question I think lies in the role and responsibility of council. And I'm curious why the facility use decision framework didn't come to council for input or approval.
We do a lot of different studies, I guess, throughout the organization, and you know, we felt that this was an operational project, and like with many of our other, much of our other work that we do, so council had the opportunity to approve the project in the first place, and so the awareness was there to implement the project in the first place, and we're coming here today to inform council of the outcomes. We feel this is more of an mostly an administrational tool, and there's that 20% adaptation potential that still remains in the framework where, you know, for these most complex space requests, we can come to council. We can build that into the decision process like we are today with the reuse of this fire hall. So, we didn't want to be prescriptive with that in the actual framework. But we feel it's a study it's an administrational tool for doing day-to-day business.
Councillor Hillstead.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. You've talked about how if we had to, lease space for protective services and other departments, it would be upwards to, I think you said like $160,000. Do we know how much time we've now bought if we do this, like for spatial constraints? Like, have we gained ourselves a couple of years? Have we gained ourselves just a few months? Like, do we have a ballpark, or is that still just completely unknown?
I think it certainly has bought us some time, for sure. Depending on, so we still have some other spatial constraints with human resources, say, and recreation that weren't able to be accommodated through this building. And as the town grows, for example, I'm hearing that we have record memberships at Elevation Place. Right? So, are we going to need another type of recreation facility at some point? And so, there's always new and growing and evolving spatial needs. And so, for protective services, certainly this would meet the needs for now, for sure. And there actually is room for growth in that model. In the hoteling spaces and adding additional desks in that admin area for growth. So it's not an immediate Band-Aid short-term potential. But we're also on the heels of looking at what to do with the RCMP station, right? So that also creates another opportunity to look at our overall spatial configuration in a different facility. So when that comes to council over the coming years, I'm sure we'll want to look at co-locating different programs and services. So when we say permanent, I mean, nothing's permanent. At the end of the day, things can change.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Maybe. Okay. Councillor Faubert.
Would it, so then are we considering this a short-term use of the fire hall for these purposes?
No. To me, short-term is 1 or 2 years kind of thing. So I do not see it that way.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
But it's also not a forever use necessarily.
Not necessarily. Just like the fire station, who would have thought that, it would never be a fire hall?
Right. Okay.
It's an important corner.
Councillor McCallum?
Sorry.
Yeah,
No, I
you're
have
on.
to hit the button. And we get to keep the land, which is, I think, the most important part, to be honest, in terms of vision. It's an important corner. It's always been an important corner.
Yeah, I agree with that. Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Hannes, for your presentation and all of the answers you provided to the very many questions we have. Obviously, there's great interest in this particular issue. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So I'm going to move that council direct administration to anybody need these separated into separate motions, actually, before I make the motion? Okay, so I'm going to make this as one large motion as it's written in the agenda. I'll move that council direct administration to 1, allocate available space at the fire hall located at 1021 Railway Avenue to the Protective Services, Facilities, and Public Works Departments. 2, amend the 2023 approved capital project repurpose of fire hall design number 7290 to include a construction phase in the scope of the work. And 3, issue a request for expressions of interest for third-party interest in the remaining spaces at the fire hall and report back to council for a decision. Speaking to that motion, I believe that we have responsibility to utilize our facilities to meet the needs of providing our programs and services as best as possible, and that's our first goal. And then if our facilities have space for other third-party needs, that's the order that we need to take a look at them. Otherwise, we're left in a position of having to raise tax dollars in order to buy new facilities, lease new facilities, build new facilities. Since we have this facility there, it is not very conducive as it is to community public usage in any event, given the very limited parking there and the constraint if there was large volumes of people driving in and out. I think that this is a very good solution, and I support it. I think it definitely supports our internal needs in order to provide the programs and services that our community expects. So I will be supporting this motion. Councillor Hillstead.
Thank you. I'll also be supporting this motion. I think it's a good repurpose of the fire hall, and to do it without having to spend exorbitant amounts of money to repurpose a different building. The fact that Public Works and Protective Services can almost seamlessly just transfer over with a very minimal amount of dollars spent, with the majority of the funding actually being things that just need life cycle maintenance, not actual true renovations, just updating things that are getting old. I think this is a good use of the building, and it helps us in other areas with our spatial constraints, and hopefully it helps us not need to purchase any new buildings for a little bit or to look to leasing other things, and just frees up more space at other places so we can continue playing Tetris and fitting people into where we can. So.
Thank you. Councillor Mera.
Thank you. I too will be supporting these three motions. I think it allows for growth that's been happening in our administration and in our different departments, and it'll alleviate some of the constraints that are already there and maybe some frustrations. I do wish I had a crystal ball to know what the future is and what the requirements would be, but it could also be that we're using, financially we're being sound in using and repurposing a building that we already own, and it'll save us some money in the future if we had to expand or provide or rent spaces for these groups. Who knows, in the future, this building may be all we need if we go to, the IT is progressing and there'll be more working from home or not. We don't know that. It gives us potential savings, and I think it's just a wise move. And I will be supporting this motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Mayor Krausert. I will not be supporting the motion, not because I don't understand, appreciate, or agree with the current spatial needs, but because I don't feel like I fully understand all the information that I would like to have in order to make this decision. And I believe that we have a responsibility to be strategic and have a vision and set a direction for what we do with all of our facilities into the long term. So I would have liked to have understood those other potential possibilities and had some input into this process before now. And I think that, this is a process, as administration has indicated, that's been customizable. And so I think I respect that this is the result of that work. But within that scope, I think some other opportunities and considerations, just even being on the table to discuss, would have been worthwhile. I don't think that would have resulted in a different decision, but I definitely need to be able to support the process in order to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I will be supporting these three motions.
One motion.
One motion. Oh, sorry, yeah, because it's consolidated. My apologies. I will say I feel like I had a different idea as to how this was going to play out based on what the world looked like in 2021 and what the financial picture looked like for the Firehall as well in 2021. And understanding that the only constant is change. I am, I guess, resigning myself to the fact that for the midterm, this building will be used mostly, if not all, for municipal or nonprofit purposes. I would like to see if there was any possibility to get revenue in terms of the third portion of the motion, but I know that that really depends on what kind of organization. But I am pleased to see that clearly there is a large demand for commercial office space in the town of Canmore, and that makes sense to develop in the future. However, I do believe that we also have a responsibility to our staff, and stacking them like sardines is not a great way to say we appreciate you. Nobody's getting corner offices in this with a view, but maybe a little view. I was curious about floating offices up the tower. Anyways, all that being said, you know, like our workforce at the town of Canmore has morphed and changed substantially over the last 12 years that I've been here, and will continue to morph and change. And the way people work and do business will also morph and change. I'm happy to see that there will be different departments coming together to share the space, and I'm happy that we'll be able to keep this very important corner. And quite frankly, the building, although it may not seem that it has much architectural significance itself, it does. From speaking with a few retired firefighters. But anyways, I digress. I will be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I would just add, maybe it's a possible reframe the situation with regards to the concern about revenue. I actually see this as us getting extra bang for our buck out of building the new fire hall. We spend a certain amount for that hall, but in doing so, we free up space that would have otherwise cost us in paying some lease or building another building. And so that in itself is a net gain to the community and an added benefit from building the new hall. So I actually see there as a financial gain for the town in that we do not need to tax to better house the employees and provide our programs and services. So I'll call the question. All those in favor? All opposed? The motion is carried with Councillor Faubert opposed. We will now move to item H2, 2023 Capital Budget Amendment, Large Item Collection Vehicle. Up here. Mr. Robbins, welcome to Council.
Hello, Mayor and Council. I don't have a presentation for this. It's fairly straightforward. We're looking for an additional $60,000.
You can just pull the mic up just a little bit. There we go. Perfect.
We're looking for an additional $60,000 to purchase a large item cleanup vehicle. We went out to tender in the spring, and yeah, bids came in well above our forecasted budget. The funds will come out of the Solid Waste Services Reserve, which will still keep the balance above our target for that reserve.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Robbins. And seems to me that we're seeing with vehicles both for the public sector and in the private sector are coming in more expensive than they have previously, because I think we've seen that with other vehicles as well.
Yeah, We came in, yeah, at the July meeting for the exact same request for other vehicles.
Yeah, great. Okay, any questions for Mr. Robbins? Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Mayor Couser. Thank you, Mr. Robbins, for your report and being here today. I did submit a question in advance because the large item pickup service level does take items to the landfill, and I want to understand over the past several years, in terms of what we've collected, how much weight has gone to the landfill and how much is diverted.
Yep. Did you want to see it? Chart? We've got a pile of garbage for you.
Do we have to go outside for a model? Like, what is he pointing at? That's something I would do.
Thank you for the advance notice on this. We had time to pull it together. So these are the last 5 years of materials picked up for the large item cleanup program. So the first column is the amount of material that was taken to landfill. The second is recycled. So there is an anomaly in 2021. I wasn't able to figure out the cause of that number, but sort of just over 100 tons per year is landfilled, and just under 100 tons or around 100 tons is recycled of that program. So about half and half. Okay. Exactly. And then, anecdotally, did ask the operations team this morning, sort of all the material, this is anecdotally, but all the material they pick up that goes to landfill, how much is reusable? And that ranged from 10 to 30% of what the materials they saw. So lots of it is end-of-life material that is done, but yeah.
What about items that could have been fixed prior to, because that's...
No, and that's sort of in that 10 or 20. So when they said the lower people were, the 10% were like, it was perfect, we could have used it. The 30% people was like, well, we didn't open all the drawers to see if they all worked or how much effort would be needed to go into fixing it. And that was just a quick anecdotal question this morning. But.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Robbins, for bringing this information today and bringing this to council. I will then move that council approve a budget increase to 2023 capital project number 7316, large item collection vehicle, from $100,000 to $160,000 to be funded from the Solid Waste Services Reserve. I appreciate that this can be used from reserves, and we will still be on track with our plans. While it's unfortunate the price of everything is going up, but that's the reality that we have to face. As I travel from various communities to others, this large item pickup is something that's not found everywhere. And it is a real benefit to our community. Certainly something that I have utilized, and it's easy. It may not always be the exact day you want because it is being utilized well, but I very much support it. And in order to keep this service going, we need to have the proper equipment to do so. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Faubert.
Thank you. I think the system just is not getting the green light anymore, but I will be voting in favor of this budget amendment, but I also have a motion arising afterwards. Okay. I think that, and I'll speak to that then, I'm really a big supporter of circular economy principles, diverting waste from landfill, environmental stewardship, And I think that, for me, I could argue that we should pause on this, consider my other motion, but I also know in the current economy, if we don't buy it now, what's the price actually going to be 6 months from now? So I think that the two things can occur at the same time, and that I look forward to presenting my next motion after this vote. Thank you.
Great, thank you. We'll move to that as soon as this is done. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Councillor Faubert, you would like to bring a motion arising.
Yes.
And thank you for the courtesy of having provided this to me in advance. I agree that it is a proper motion arising, given that it deals very much with the subject matter at hand, and presents perhaps something that would affect this program. So, please proceed.
Awesome. So what I'm proposing is that council direct administration to return during the 2024 budget process with a review of the large item pickup service level and provide recommendations on ways to increase potential circular economy opportunities and expand the reuse and sharing economy for residents. I like the large item pickup program, but the fact that we are sending tons of of usable items to the landfill, I think is a missed opportunity. I took some of the language for this motion from the circular economy report that we actually did and that was presented to council previously. This doesn't bind us to anything. This is not saying we're going to do something new, but I think that one of our roles as council is to think bigger and to perhaps challenge, how can we do that? What can we do better? Is there a way that we can take this program, increase our sustainability, improve relationships, and increase affordability? Because the reuse economy, I think, relates to all of our priorities as council. I realize that it's August, and maybe the 2025 budget process in the outset could be a better timeline, and I'd accept some feedback on whether or not there is enough space between now and the budget process to do this work. But essentially, this is a direction I would like to go in, and a priority that I think is important.
Thank you for bringing this forward, Councillor. I will ask Dr. Cottle any impressions with respect to the timeline.
Can I defer this to Mr. Robbins, because he'll be
Sure.
the one doing the work.
All right, well, just letting you do
Thank
that
you.
defer.
Yeah.
The last time I went out here, it was over there.
Thanks.
Yeah, timeline for 2024 budget would be very tight. I think our deadlines are next week. So to have a robust, thorough program with proper pricing and proper visioning definitely would not be possible, but that's something we can spend more time on for 2025 for sure.
I would like to amend or adjust my motion to 2025, please.
That'll be a friendly amendment, and thank you for doing that. Okay, so the motion is now during the 2025 budget process. In speaking to the motion, I like the idea of exploring this and the potential of this service that's essential actually potentially feeding another type of program that may reuse or recycle some of these other items. So I will be supporting this motion, and especially I was concerned about the 2024, so thank you for making it 2025. That seems more realistic, and we want good work to be done and not rushed work, right? So, would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Hillstad?
I will support this motion. I do get curious if we should also include our e-waste drop-off zone, just because sometimes I know there's things in there that I've seen people drop off that probably could be fixed, but again, we have a no salvage policy, so, but that's, you know, that's just something to think about in the future, but this would, to start here is, I'm totally fine with. Again, I think in Canmore we do a good job of trying to reuse things. I know a lot of people that they get new appliances, they sell the old ones cheap because, you know, either they're starting to break down or they're having some issues. Anytime I've used the service, it's when my stuff is completely trash, and usually I strip things off of it that I can still use for other things. So I think our residents do a great job of not just throwing things out willy-nilly. It's pretty, they're usually pretty dead, but I'm happy to support this motion.
Anybody else like to speak to the motion? Oh, Councillor Faubert.
I think that's a really good point, Councillor Hillsad, and I think that within the language there, I think there is recommendations on ways to increase potential circular economy opportunities could apply to other things in addition to that specific service level I have there. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no others wishing to speak, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. What I would like to do now, because it's 11:42 and we don't have enough time for I1, I'm going to move postponement of, or tabling that to after lunch, and then proceeding with the in-camera item before we take a lunch break. Okay? Oh, okay. Yeah, so that we can.
It's like my stomach was getting all excited.
So I will move that we table item I1, Palliser Trail Area Structure Plan Update, to following the lunch break. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And we will now move on to item K1, Cougar Creek Construction. And just so that anyone that's interested is aware, there is no motion anticipated out of this in-camera session. And so following the in-camera, we will be going directly into our lunch break. And we will, I think that this will take no longer than 15 minutes. So we will return at 1 o'clock and proceed with I1 at that time. And we will be going on break in our streaming, and we won't come out of that until after the lunch break. So with that, I move that council take the meeting in camera to prevent disclosure of information related to the town's contractual negotiations in accordance with section 25 sub 1 sub c sub 3, and information subject to legal privilege in accordance with section 27 sub 1a, both those sections of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I will look to see if we're streaming is off. So we're going? Great, thank you. All right, we're back, and we have one more item on the agenda. I-1, Palliser Trail Area Structure Plan Update. Ms. Miller, welcome back to council today.
Thank you. It's exciting to be at the podium today to discuss the draft Palliser ASP, which I know we're all been looking forward to coming forward so that we can start to make some moves on housing in an impactful way within our community. Today is just a briefing. It's an opportunity for us to get the draft document out into the public for people to see so that they can be well prepared to participate in the proceedings to follow. And today's really an opportunity for council to kind of pepper us with questions about what they've read so that you too are well prepared for September 5th when we bring forward the document for first reading. And I'm excited. I'm going to save my excited and passionate speech for September 5th. So I'm going to throw it over to Mr. Cairns in a moment, but just want to note if there's any additional spelling or grammatical things that you see in the document, we still have time to clean those up. We tried to catch a lot of them prior to them coming forward here, but you know, sometimes things fall through the cracks. But I know I've got some great eyes in front of me who will let us know. So please feel free to email me. Please feel free to email me if you find any of those things and we can get them corrected for September 5th. So with that, I'll throw it over to Mr. Cairns. Take it away, Josh.
Mr. Cairns, welcome back.
Thank you, Ms. Miller, and thank you, Mayor and Council. In case anyone's joining us that wasn't here this morning, I'll just quickly reintroduce myself. My name's Josh Cairns, and I'm the town's senior policy planner that was leading this work. I will pop up the presentation on my screen here. And I'm going to assume that's up for everyone. So today I'm here to provide information, as Lauren had mentioned, on the expedited review for the Palliser Trail Area Structure Plan. That was launched earlier this year, as well as the draft plan and policy changes that we will be looking to propose as part of this work. The presentation will follow a pretty straightforward structure. First, I'll set the stage and discuss the authority and scope of area structure plans. And then this will be followed by context for the area structure plan update, the process for doing the expedited review, followed by the key policy updates that we will be proposing before concluding the presentation with a brief recap of the next steps. So as a quick reminder, the authority for local governments to create area structure plans is provided in Section 633 of the Municipal Government Act. Now, the Act states that area structure plans must contain a few key components. That includes the sequence or order in which development is anticipated to take place, the land uses that are proposed for an area, the anticipated population density that would be expected once the area is developed, and finally, the general location or provisions for major transportation routes and utilities. So while those are the core requirements for any area structure plan, there is some flexibility, and the Municipal Government Act does allow other matters that Council considers necessary to be included in these documents, as long as they are, of course, within the jurisdiction of a municipality. So when we talk about area structure plans, it's helpful to think about what their role is in planning policy in the town of Canmore's context. So at the town, the land use policy is really implemented at 3 different levels. On the one end, we have the municipal development plan. This is the town's highest level planning document, and it sets an overarching vision and land use plan that would inform the future direction of the community. In the middle, which is what we're looking at today, we have area structure plans and area redevelopment plans. These are documents that set a high-level policy direction, but for a specific area within the town. They do provide a bit more of a fine-grained detail than municipal development plan, especially in terms of the anticipated building types, building forms, the planned street networks, as well as the infrastructure improvements. And then finally, on the other end of the spectrum, we do have the land use bylaw, which you're familiar with, and that sets the detailed development requirements that will inform development permits, and that's going to be based on the policy of the preceding plans, the municipal development plan and then the area structure plan. So as I mentioned, our focus for this update was on the Palliser Trail area structure plan. So we're working at the middle level of the spectrum here for planning policy. So with that context, we can pivot to thinking about the current Palliser Trail ASP. This is a document that was prepared by consultants for the Alberta Social Housing Corporation. It was first adopted by Town Council in the year 2000. It hasn't been updated since, so that is this current version. And it sets a really high-level division for how development will proceed in the Palliser Trail area. What is unique about this plan, both when it was originally prepared but also today, is that it covers a large area that's generally owned by 3 public or quasi-public entities: the town, Canmore Community Housing, and the province. So as you can see on this map, the Palliser Trail area, just approximately shown in the blue rectangle for scale and for reference, is situated to the east of Highway 1, or the Trans-Canada Highway as it's otherwise known, and west of Silvertip Resort, with Palliser Trail, the street, bisecting the area. Since its adoption in the year 2000, this area has been partially developed with 3 residential developments, as you can generally see in the image here. And those developments have provided a mix of market with some non-market units, along with surface parking. And then on the interchange site, that's currently the grassy area, referred to as the mustache parcel. There's a temporary dog park that was occupying the site, but it is a future development site. So when we shift to think about the area in terms of applicable policies, we can see the current Palliser Trail ASP covers an area that's enveloped to the north, east, and south by the Silvertip ASP, shown in yellow, with the TP Town ARP and Bow Valley Trail ARP covering areas on the western side of Highway 1. This update is primarily focused on the area shown in green, identified as the Palliser Trail ASP, although it does include some new parcels of land located outside of this boundary, which I'll touch on in the coming slides. So the current ASP that was adopted in the year 2000, as I mentioned, sets a very high-level vision for the Palliser Trail area, but the policy direction is rather vague, as shown on this slide. While this is only a summary of relevant information, we can see the anticipated uses for the area are focused very heavily on tourism and highway-oriented commercial uses. The one exception to that, of course, is what's in yellow, which is the Lower Silvertip Wildlife Corridor, where no new development is permitted. In January of this year, a review of the ASP was launched to really first and foremost respond to the urgency of the housing crisis. An expedited review was determined as the most appropriate way to accomplish this work, as we wanted to ensure we could enable new housing units quickly and get shovels in the ground sooner. Second, we wanted to ensure the plan remains relevant in today's context, as a lot has changed since it was first adopted in the year 2000, almost 25 years ago. And finally, we of course want to make sure future development is in alignment and supports current priorities of the town, council, and the community, including things like livability, economic sustainability, and environmental resilience. What I'll note is this is also the first town-led ASP. These are typically led by private entities. What that means is we have a unique opportunity to provide a really significant level of control over the future vision and development in this area to make sure it achieves on these goals. The expedited review was completed through several key phases of work as shown on this slide. First, in late 2022, early 2023, when the work was kicked off, we did extensive background research and internal engagement. This involved a detailed review of the current ASP and assessing it against council-approved plans, bylaws, and strategies, including the Municipal Development Plan and the Council Strategic Plan, to identify what gaps or opportunities there might be that could be addressed through this update. This work led to the second phase, where key policy options were identified and prepared, informed by the research I just mentioned, along with input from key stakeholders such as Canmore Community Housing. In March, we brought these updates to the community for input, which I'll describe in more detail on the next slide. And then from there, we shifted into the policy refinement phase, where the key policy options that we had drafted were reviewed and in certain cases revised based on what we heard through public engagement in March. The final phase was drafting the plan, and this involved preparing the full Palliser Trail ASP that's being introduced today. And then the anticipated next steps, which I'll touch on at the end of the slides, would be going through readings for this plan, with a first reading anticipated for September 5th. So on the previous slide, I had mentioned a public engagement period that took place in March of this year. And what we heard through engagement really served as a key input that helped shape the drafting of this plan. Engagement in March involved a multi-method approach, offering a mix of online and in-person engagement opportunities. And this was done to ensure we heard from a broad range of voices and really provided alternative options for members of the community to participate in ways that were convenient or accessible to them. In total, we had really great feedback and turnout, and nearly 300 members of the community provided input, with a much larger audience engaging with the project through other means, such as visiting the project website, where we had over 1,000 unique visits. So through public engagement, we did hear several key themes. As you could expect, several themes were really supportive of some of the key ideas that were put out there, while others also expressed concern or identified possible opportunities for improvement. So in support, on the left hand of this slide here, we have a few key themes, specifically looking at strong levels of support for increasing the density in exchange for new housing and in particular non-market units. Strong support for creating a complete community, meaning a neighborhood that offers a really strong mix of uses and amenities. So park space, commercial space, things of that nature that really make the place whole. Really strong interest from the community in new active transportation connections, especially with crossing over Highway 1. Desire to see diverse housing forms and options so that we don't have a monotonous building form or housing typology in this area. Further, wanting to expand wildlife protections in the area. Obviously, that's a strong Canmore goal, but also aligns closely with the fact that it is situated next to a wildlife corridor. And finally, we heard throughout engagement a really strong desire from the community for roam transit service to be expanded in the area. On the other hand, we did hear some themes of concern or opportunities for improvement. One of those was a concern around increased building heights and density and the impacts that might have on the area or on existing residents. As new development would be constructed, we heard concerns about how that might impact wildlife or wildlife movement in the area, as well as impacts it might have on schools and their capacity. Similarly, we did hear concerns about population growth more broadly, and what that would do for vehicular congestion and parking availability in the area. And then finally, other key themes of concern were related to implementation, so details that would influence how the plan is actually implemented over time. Some examples of that were the timing of infrastructure upgrades and street improvements, and how those would relate to the timing of new development, as well as concerns about the ability to actually secure the non-market units that we identify in this plan. A full report of what we did here, summarizing all of the themes of feedback and how we responded to those, are provided in attachment 3 of today's council report. So that brings us to the draft plan, which compared to the original ASP, provides an updated vision, an updated land use concept, a public realm and transportation network, as well as supporting policies that will guide change and growth in the Palliser Trail area moving forward. Internal engagement and background research in the initial phases of work did identify 4 key goals that were used to inform the policy updates. First, one of the goals was to create new opportunities on Town of Canmore and Canmore community housing lands to really realize the opportunity that those public or quasi-public sites provide to deliver on our housing objectives. Second goal was to encourage the creation of a complete, mixed-use, and walkable neighborhood. One where residents could access their daily needs within easy walking distance and not have to get in a vehicle or access other areas of town. Third goal was, of course, to prioritize the development of diverse, affordable, and attainable housing, really responding to the housing crisis and some of the work the town has done since then in effort to respond to the housing crisis and the needs of the community. And then finally, a fourth goal was to align the ASP with current town, council, and community priorities. That really means bringing it up to speed from the year 2000 to 2023 and ensuring any policies in there reflect current council priorities and current town commitments through our various plans and policies. So when I summarize these updates, I'm going to do so based on those 4 goals I had just mentioned. So the first one would be creating new opportunities on Town of Canmore and CCH lands. And the updated plan does this really by adding 2 new areas into the ASP. So the first area is shown with the number 1 on the map on the screen, and that's a large undeveloped parcel of land currently owned by Canmore Community Housing. The second, shown as number 2 to the southeast, are a collection of 3 town-owned parcels, 2 of them are partially developed with a cemetery and the new fire hall. However, a large portion of the land does remain undeveloped and is suitable for intensification. Through this process, these 2 areas were identified as suitable locations for new development, which I'll cover on the next slide. And the additions of these parcels for new housing opportunities also aligns really closely with what we heard from the community in terms of seeing non-market housing and a really complete mixed-use community in this area. So the second goal was to create a complete mixed-use and walkable neighborhood. The updated plan accomplishes this by introducing a new land use concept focused on doing just that. The land use concept envisions a new mixed-use neighborhood center in sub-area 7 on this map, which will provide significant commercial and job space that could meet the needs of residents in the surrounding residential areas, but also be complemented by smaller secondary mixed-use areas adjacent to sub-area 1 and 2. A new off-leash dog park or park space that would be permanent, replacing the existing temporary one, is envisioned for sub-area 3, shown in green on the map. And altogether, the diverse mix of land uses, new housing opportunities targeting a range of incomes, and a variety of building forms to create diversity all really align with some of those key themes I mentioned that we heard through engagement. Some concerns were raised by the community regarding the maximum heights of 6 stories in some areas. So in response to this feedback, we developed urban design policy that we incorporate into the plan that would help mitigate impacts from these developments and address concerns such as shadowing, views, or impacts on privacy. These slides show what these areas could look like as they do evolve over time in accordance with the plan. So the residential areas would be characterized by townhouses, low and mid-rise apartments, each varying in their heights and their orientation to provide a more interesting and varied streetscape, and to support some of our other goals around tree retention and creating smaller pockets of green space throughout the area for the residents. The mixed-use areas, by contrast, will help meet the needs of the residents by providing abundant job and commercial space capable of supporting local serving businesses. These areas will incorporate more hardscaping materials and feature smaller plazas and spaces for gathering year-round to really create a sense of vibrancy in the community. Then finally, we have the new civic areas. These are areas that will ensure that the long-term needs of the community could be supported over time. Roles that buildings such as the Civic Center, Elevation Place, the Recreation Center, library currently perform. This land use concept is supported by a brand new multimodal transportation network. New roadways, walking and cycling facilities will provide efficient connections within the Palliser Trail area, but also to the rest of Canmore. And that's going to be complemented by the expansion of Rome transit service to ensure more frequent and reliable public transportation options are available in the area. The pedestrian pathways that have been identified were informed by and will also provide linkages to trails that exist outside of the study area. This includes a draft trail plan that has been developed as part of the long-term management plan for the Lower Silvertip Wildlife Corridor, which is currently in a draft form. During community engagement, strong levels of support were expressed for a safe pedestrian crossing over the Trans-Canada Highway. Some concerns were expressed about potential impacts on congestion and parking availability. So in response, we undertook both a parking assessment as well as a new transportation impact assessment. And these studies were really done to confirm the function of the future network and its appropriateness for the area. A key addition to the plan in response to community feedback are new highway mitigations that will be required as part of new developments, which will include visual and noise screening strategies to make sure the area is more livable for its residents. So a subtle difference between the last slide and this slide, which I'll just flip back and forth between once more so you can see the difference. But really we're showing that on top of the transportation and land use concept is a brand new public realm framework. And the purpose of this is to provide a clear, integrated vision for how public spaces will be provided throughout the area. This includes the creation of new plazas and new gathering spaces in mixed use areas, the expansion and creation of new park space, along with the designation of additional lands to be protected for conservation purposes. Together, the land use concept, the transportation, and the public realm network will work together to ensure the Palliser Trail area becomes a more compact, complete, and walkable community that provides the necessary services and amenities for its residents. This will in turn reduce the need for residents to have to get into a vehicle and travel just to access their daily needs. Achieving this future vision will require the use of more modern and innovative parking management strategies, which, as mentioned previously, these were confirmed by both a transportation impact assessment as well as a parking assessment completed specifically for the Palliser Trail area. So strategies to be deployed in this part of Canmore include the use of a district-scale approach to parking, where consideration for the supply and distribution of parking will go beyond the individual building scale and instead be planned at a larger district scale to ensure a more efficient provision of supply. In addition, new developments will be encouraged to share parking stalls between multiple uses or buildings, thereby taking advantages of some of the differences in peak times of demand, and as a result, reducing the overall supply that is needed. A third key policy update, really unique to the area, is the unbundling of parking stalls from residential units. This means that the purchase or rental of a parking space would be separated from the purchase or rental price of a residential unit. So rather than committing and embedding that cost for a resident to bear, they'll have the opportunity to choose whether or not they need a parking stall. Other updates include the removal of parking minimums, support for car sharing, the use of underground instead of surface parking, and the broader expansion of roam transit throughout the area. Together, these strategies will ensure better alignment between supply and demand in the Palliser area, while also supporting the overall affordability for future residents. So as mentioned earlier, a major driver of the need to do an expedited review was to respond to the housing crisis and the worsening unaffordability in the Bow Valley region. The land use concept will support the creation of up to 1,300 homes. This is a number that will address the projected need for both rental and ownership units in Canmore. However, beyond just the totals, the plan goes a significant step further by requiring that a minimum of 75% of all those units will be non-market, meaning at least 1,000 or so units would be secured at below market prices, providing more attainable and affordable housing options for residents. This target more than doubles what has been achieved to date in the Palliser Trail area and directly responds to community input regarding the need to deliver non-market housing units in this area. These units will also be provided in a diverse range of building forms and unit types, everything from townhouses to low and mid-rise apartment buildings. And this diversity is something we heard throughout engagement and something that will help support a more vibrant, equitable, and inclusive community. Given the need to effectively utilize these valuable public lands and provide homes for residents, single-family houses are not anticipated in this area. These elements that we discussed are going to be supported by additional development policies that align with other community priorities and were informed by the feedback we received through our community engagement. So for example, a new urban design framework has been introduced, which provides clear policy direction for both the private realm, such as buildings, and the public realm, such as parks, ensuring the creation of new views, the privacy of residential units, and broad sunlight exposure throughout the area, including mitigation of noise pollution from Highway 1. New green development standards have also been introduced that will be the first to implement the recommendations of the Climate Action Plan. This includes a bold requirement that all new municipal and non-market affordable housing buildings will be built to be near net zero and designed with the infrastructure to support both electric vehicles and solar-ready equipment. Wildlife corridor protections have also been enhanced from the original ASP. This includes brand new requirements that will see more land added to the actual protected area of the corridor and expanded setbacks from buildings to the wildlife corridor interface. Finally, additional policies directed towards sustainability and the environment have been added, and this includes everything from new planting guidelines to policies regarding tree retention and the broader use of green infrastructure for stormwater management. So that was a brief overview of the updated plan, but to recap, some of the anticipated next steps are shown on this slide. Readings of the draft plan will come next. We would anticipate a first reading in September, as well as a public hearing. And then after adoption of the plan, there would of course be the implementation phase, which would be ongoing. This could include everything from amendments to the land use bylaw and municipal development plan to ensure they're in alignment with the ASP, determinations of capital planning and funding, construction of the identified infrastructure and improvements in the plan, review of applications, whether that's subdivision, development permit, and building permit, along with the construction of development in alignment with the plan. And then finally, something that has been underpinning this process throughout, but will continue into the future, is really close collaboration with our partner, Canmore Community Housing, to support their build out of their properties and ensure alignment with the plan's vision. So thank you. That's the presentation, and then we'll pause for questions and discussion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cairns. This is very exciting. You know, I think the very first act of this council after the last election during budget time that was perhaps a departure or a change of direction that was initiated by this council was in fact bringing this ASP and the town center ASPs forward in the plan and funding your position. So I'm very happy to see what is coming of those efforts because it certainly, even before we put in our new strategic plan, this council had a very clear idea of the most important things that we needed to accomplish for the betterment of our community. So thank you very much for that presentation. I'll start with a couple of things and then open it up for questions. Just a couple of minor type things, but I do note that the page numbering is only visible against color backgrounds. So that will obviously be something that have to be rectified. I'll also note that in 3.1 there is a reference to the heart of the community, and it probably should be the heart of the neighborhood in that one. But I'll get to a question. Map 3 indicates types of use and heights. And I was wondering what the rationale was of not allowing the possibility of 6-story in Area 1.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, for your question. And it's a really good question. When we go through these processes, obviously there's a palette of options available to us, and it's a question of opportunities and trade-offs, and with consideration for the community and council's goals and aspirations. The decision to focus the 6 stories height more central to the plan area, specifically sub-area 7, was looking at the desire to do a couple of things. One of those was ensure we provide a range of housing typologies, and combined with that, encouraging the walkability and completeness and compactness of this area for its residents. Allowing 6 stories in sub-area 1 would mean locating more residents further away from the mixed-use heart of this area, increasing the need or dependency on vehicle use for the community. So that's part of the rationale for focusing that on sub-area 7 instead. Combined with that as well, there is some discretion in the plan for the town in interpretation of the policy over time. So as needs evolve, as future planning exercises are undertaken, as we continue to collaborate with CCH, we can take a closer look at what those uses or heights might be on those sites. But generally, the concept that was landed on here was something that looked to balance the combination of housing supply, affordability, but also walkability for residents as well.
Okay, so I appreciate that. I'm just wondering if, in order to avoid the potential of opening up this ASP soon afterwards, let's say after CCH does some planning on that area, that wouldn't it be better to potentially allow up to 6 in that area in the ASP and then deal with the conditions or areas where that can actually take place in zoning and through the land use bylaw?
Yeah, there's no anticipation that in the near term the ASP would get opened up for reevaluation. CCH was a key partner through this, and we engaged with them at every key milestone along the way in terms of early explorations to policy development and refinement. So the land use concept that is provided here does align with the plans that CCH has been exploring for their properties. In addition to that, something that I didn't mention but is worth considering, that when you do go to taller building forms such as 6 stories, there are other considerations that do come into play, even down to things like challenges with fitting parking supply in the building. Even if you do reduced parking requirements, even if you employ all these strategies, going beyond 5 stories does make that a lot more challenging to accomplish, which is hence the decision to focus more on locating that in sub-area 7, and then in the other sub-areas where we're doing more residential, looking at more of a diverse building typology.
Great, thank you for sharing the rationale behind that. Similar type of question in Area 7, I do notice that policy under 3.3, I don't know what page of the ASP it is, but it's 113 of the package. Policy 9A refers to sub-area 7, and it says a maximum of 4 to 5 stories should be provided to help maximize views and solar exposure. So that we're just dealing with, I just want to be clear, we're just dealing with the southwestern portion of that area. So only like right next to the highway would be those limitations, and the rest of it could have potentially up to 6.
That's correct. Yeah, that's more refined urban policy direction to help inform the overall site planning. So while 6 stories would still be permitted on that site, a portion of it would be more appropriate for 4 to 5 stories, just to ensure sunlight access and solar exposure on public spaces and other units.
Great, thank you. I do have other questions, but I'll open it up to members of council. Councillor Faubert.
Sorry, I didn't get, the green light isn't coming for me.
It's just because you were the last one on, so, yeah.
I wanted to ask a question because it's really connected to the line of questioning you were just in.
Yeah.
In sub-area 5, which is also residential up to 6 stories, does the same rationale apply there? Because that site is slightly down slope from the current existing building, and I know that residents of that building had concerns about building heights.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. That's a good question. That's a site we took particular interest in and looked quite extensively at, especially given the adjacency to the existing residential development. In part because of what you mentioned, but also due to the site's configuration and its depth. We did explore different building forms on that site and what would be appropriate, and we felt that 6 stories in combination with the urban design policies would still ensure adequate privacy, sunlight access for the adjacent residents, and that those impacts could be mitigated to a better extent than other areas.
Great. Councillor Hillstead.
Thank you for the presentation. With 3.5 projections by sub-area, we have a minimum of 750 and a maximum of 1,300. Can you just get into those numbers a little bit more? Is the 1,300 if we go to the full 6 stories, and then would the 750 then be if we went to like the minimum heights, or what's just curiosity? Because again, with the heights being one of the bigger concerns through the feedback that I read, just trying to get a gauge on if we don't go to 6 stories, how many units do we lose, and vice versa?
So the numbers that are provided on Section 3.5 is based on the existing land use concept. So these numbers were informed by actually modeling out a conceptual build out of the whole plan area based on the plan's policies. The reason we have such a big range is because when we're talking about a very large area that is greenfield and undeveloped, it doesn't have existing street networks, it doesn't have existing park spaces, amenities. So there's a lot more uncertainty in how those numbers translate to a final total compared to an existing area of town that already has subdivided properties, street networks, and everything in place. So very small changes at this scale do result in relatively large changes in terms of the final total. Compounding that is the fact that this is a higher level area structure plan document. It's not a development application. And we want to ensure through collaboration with CCH that there is some flexibility for them to respond to community needs at the time that they choose to go forward with the development. So what that means is in some areas, it is entirely possible CCH may look to target more 2, 3-bedroom units at a larger size, and in other areas it may be more appropriate to scale those back, just based on their objectives for the site. So for this area, the numbers that you see, the median values were determined using a lot of assumptions. For example, how many studios, 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom units would be provided in the entire plan area. And then even going a step further, assuming an average square footage. But if we do change those numbers just a little bit as a bit of a sensitivity analysis, that's where you do come up with this pretty broad range.
Thank you.
Dealing with that same table, I had questions around the other uses. I noticed that in a couple of the areas, sub-area 2 and sub-area 10, that the minimum size is, unless I'm reading this wrong, the minimum size for other uses is 0 square meters. Now, is that to mean that there may not be any in that area, or should that number be larger to show what, you know, the minimum that allowed would be? Because obviously, if it wouldn't be something like, I don't know, 1 square meter, so should it be a larger number? So I was wondering if you could provide some clarity around the 0 square meters.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And that's a good point of clarification. Those numbers were intentional, and your suspicion is entirely correct. So areas where we are requiring mixed-use development or requiring other uses like our civic areas, we have a minimum specified in there that we are confident as being a minimum that's appropriate and achievable on that site. For the areas where there is a 0 specified rather than just not applicable, those are areas where they can be interpreted more as a choice of providing that use. So while the policy does encourage it, it may be appropriate with our discretion that it is not necessary in that area. Hence the 0 square meters, yeah.
Great, thank you. Since there's nobody else on the queue just yet, I'll ask, I just wanted to clarify, the report speaks to, as far as the crossing of Highway 1, the report speaks to over or under. The ASP speaks to just crossing, and I think either of those are fine. You did say verbally over, and I just wanted to make sure that it was clear that I think we haven't determined if it would be over or under. When Mr. Asardi presented previously, there were some under possibilities, which I, for one, particularly liked, and so I just don't want to exclude that possibility.
Yeah, thank you. And over was a poor word choice to express a crossing. There's certainly advantages to under, and the policy is non-committal on that front. The policy is only committal in the sense that we are comfortable putting in this plan that there will be a crossing.
Great, thank you. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Mayor Krausert. My question is around expanding the Lower Silvertip Wildlife Corridor. Why do that, and will that help improve the effectiveness of the corridor?
Yeah, so when we do an ASP and when there's lands that can be subdivided, we are presented with a unique opportunity to expand protected areas. So, for example, some of the areas that have been officially designated and protected were, of course, done through subdivision of Silvertip. We're wanting to embed that same piece in this plan, as there's one area left, specifically sub-area 1, which will likely have to go through subdivision and which overlaps the boundary that has been identified for the corridor. Just a point of clarification, because it can be a little bit confusing. The wildlife corridor boundaries that we have are done through various mapping exercises. The most common one we refer to is the BC Ag guidelines. Those are only guidelines, and they're just identifying in practice what functions as a wildlife corridor. But it is up to municipalities and other levels of government or private landowners to actually designate those lands and protect them officially. So with the remaining parcels that are to be subdivided, this plan update provided an opportunity to ensure that the remaining boundaries that have not yet been protected will be. And then the management of those, of course, would be informed by the long-term management plan for the Lower Silvertip Wildlife Corridor, which is being drafted right now.
Awesome. Thank you.
Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for your presentation. I, too, am very excited that we're at this spot. I had some questions about density. In 3.2.8, a range of dwelling types must be provided throughout the residential areas to provide a balance through lower and higher density forms, such as townhomes and apartments. Is townhomes the example of the lower density form?
Thank you, Councillor. That is what we would expect to be the predominant lower density form. We would not anticipate any single family homes, but going through implementation and in partnership with CCH doing their future planning exercises, it is possible that there is some discretion around what that lower density form is and if it's townhouses or something different like multiplexes. Those questions, though, would be clarified at a later stage and through amendments to the land use bylaw.
Okay, so that's what would be decided within the land use bylaw. Okay.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, these are what we would anticipate being the prevailing forms and generally what we are looking to provide, though, as our key goals for the area.
Great. I don't know if I missed it or if it wasn't here. Was there any discussion about private amenity space within the ASP, especially in higher density?
This ASP doesn't include that. Wherever possible, really to ensure the plan remains applicable and up to date over time. Yeah. We are trying to defer to other regulatory tools such as the land use bylaw wherever possible. So that's what we're doing in this case as well.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's all I have for now. Thanks.
Great. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you. In 3.3 mixed use areas, section 6, where appropriate, commercial uses are encouraged on the second floor to further activate the public realm and provide additional opportunities for patio space and outdoor seating. There's two questions I have in there. One, help me understand commercial on the second floor when there's potential to house more people in residential units. And then I'm not understanding how second floor commercial creates patio and outdoor seating space, because it's on the second floor. And and it might just be I'm just reading it wrong.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. It's a good question because I would say in a lot of Canada, there's probably not a lot of examples of where we do have second floor commercial outside of highly urban areas. Obviously in urban areas, whether that's like Montreal, Toronto, Vancouver, you do have tower forms, of course, where there will be maybe up to 6 stories of commercial space. Here we do see a unique opportunity to provide some on the second floor. If you do want to look to a more local example, you can think about Jasper, where their primary commercial street does have 2 floors of commercial with patio space above serving restaurants and other retail. Yeah, you're absolutely right, though. It is about balance. And obviously a second floor of commercial space would benefit residents, benefit the public realm, provide more business opportunities, but it would come at the expense of a second floor of residential. We are fortunate in that the Palliser Trail area is pretty large and is all quasi-public or public land, so we feel like we're able to strike an appropriate balance between ensuring we're providing enough units while also still providing what's needed for a complete community.
Awesome. I have just a follow-up on that. For second level commercial and potential like outdoor patio space, how do we ensure that it's also accessible? Because at a different like story height, how do we ensure accessibility on that? Yeah.
Again, these things would be deferred to other regulatory tools to ensure accessibility, and those continue to evolve over time. And when you do get into multi-story buildings as well, you do typically have more accessible features such as elevators, which helps address that need.
And I do recall there is a section in here around accessibility in buildings, and I really appreciated that as well.
Thank you.
Okay, looking to see if council has any other questions. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship. So in 3.3 sub 10, there's discussion over the live work studios being encouraged within mixed-use buildings. And I understand that within the cultural master plan, it speaks to that live work studio,
But I also recollect within the retail analysis that we just received at the beginning of the summer, it says that they don't actually work. So I know that within, say, Spring Creek, they have been a challenge to sell, and I think it's because they sit under one title, perhaps, I'm not sure. But I'm just wondering how we sort of split the middle on that in terms of what's the right way to go. I don't want to build anything or potentially guide anyone to build something that might sit empty.
Thank you, Councillor McCallum. Yeah, I think a key distinction here is we're wanting to make sure the plan is providing the vision and is not unduly restricting or prohibiting or providing direction that would suggest we would not want or be supportive of something.
Okay.
So in this case, we are encouraging them. We are not outright requiring them, and that is to give administration some flexibility in the application of that policy. As an example, when CCH is doing their future development planning, to work with them and see what's actually appropriate on a site-by-site basis. But as mentioned in the cultural master plan, it is still a type of use we would like to see and generally see more of in the town.
And it might be a price point thing as well. Thank you.
Councillor Frobert.
Thank you. I have so many, and I just want to make sure I'm not asking the same questions other people asked.
No rush.
The section, there was somewhere, I made a note around illuminated pathways, and I can't find where in it was, but the question I wrote down is, does this mean pathways or sidewalks? And then in terms of, so are we talking street lighting, or are we talking, in the map, there's the trail that kind of goes in the wildlife corridor. Is that being proposed as an illuminated pathway?
Thank you, Councillor. So yeah, the mention to illuminated pathways was a brief one in the goals section, aligning with goals around obviously safety, livability, walkability in the area. Any future street design obviously would be constructed to align with engineering's design and construction guidelines, and as those do evolve over time. At this stage, at a very high level ASP, where there's still details to be sorted around future development, the design of the street itself, we wouldn't be putting any determination into what the lighting is or what it looks like or where it goes at this stage. But it is reflecting the desire to make sure these areas are walkable and accessible at more times of the day and year round.
Awesome, thank you.
Do you have another question you wanted to proceed with?
There was a reference to commercial use frontages and 15 meters.
4.1 sub 21. There it is. I just happened to look at it. I don't.
What does that mean?
Yeah, I'll step back a bit. When we're doing new mixed-use developments, there's very limited tools that a municipality or a town has to inform what businesses would occupy those spaces in the future. Really, one of the key parameters that we can control is the width or how wide a retail space or commercial space is on the street that it is oriented towards. Having a smaller one, what that does is accomplish a few things. Maximum 15 meters means these are going to be slightly narrower, smaller, not small by any means, but not big box stores. So it therefore discourages that type of a tendency and helps support more local oriented businesses or locally founded businesses. Second to that is it does help encourage the provision of more retail spaces. So rather than have one or two on an entire block, you may be able to support 5, 6, or 7. And they would also come at, of course, lower lease or purchase rates to further support the viability of those spaces for a broader range of businesses.
Thank you so much. That really helps me. And I kind of thought that's what it was, but, and then I have one other thing in this area.
Sure, go for it, and then we'll go to Councillor McCallum.
Okay, awesome. I had mentioned before that I had noticed the inclusion of accessibility around inside buildings. And when I'm reading around open spaces, plazas, and furnishings, within the language in here, I didn't see anything that acknowledges that accessibility of those types of urban design in that way might also be an appropriate priority to have in the plan.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, that's a good comment. That's something we can look at. I think embedded throughout this plan is obviously the ambition that these areas are accessible to all people and abilities. And this does, I think, raise that question of just trying to ensure that things that are in the public realm that might be controlled by other regulatory mechanisms that may evolve over time to reflect current best practice or council priorities like engineering, design, and construction guidelines, that we do defer to those as much as possible to be the prevailing document, so that we don't end up in a situation where policies may conflict or this one may be out of date as the town's priorities continue to change over time.
Yeah, yeah. I just know, like, you know, the downtown benches that don't have backs on them.
Right.
They definitely have accessibility issues. So, and I'm sort of noting a pattern too, that if I'm not seeing it here, it means it could be somewhere else. And that's where we're looking to for that direction.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Point taken. Appreciate it.
Okay, so we'll go to Councillor McCallum now, and then we can come back.
Thank you. So 4.1 sub 17 with regards to the power line. Do we require the same setback if we were to find the money to bury the power line?
Thank you, Councillor. I'm not sure if anyone from engineering is in attendance, but these guidelines do come from the province. They're not a town guideline. We don't have an ability to reduce that setback. And at this point, I'm unsure, obviously, what those setbacks might be or how they'd be impacted if it is a buried line.
Okay, so undecided or unknown, except unless you're an engineer.
Yeah, it is unknown to myself at this point, but again, it's not something that necessarily has to be embedded in ASP, but because we do know there is a minimum for its current state, which is overhead, we do want to put that in the ASP so that future applicants are aware of that and it's transparent from the front. But it would be done in consultation with AltaLink. And if that transmission line does become buried, then of course, if there are alternative setbacks that are applicable, those would be the ones that do apply in that scenario.
Okay, thank you. 4.1 sub 20, I found an interesting word that I've never really seen in other ASPs, and it's market and non-market housing must be indistinguishable, which I really appreciate. And distributed in a manner that ensures equitable access to amenities, views, sunlight, and quietness. And I'm curious how you're going to do that adjacent to the largest highway in Canada. And I'm just wondering if that's going to not create problems for us in the future.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. That's a great point. And I think the quietness piece that you caught on is really valid. It's not something we typically do see here, and it is interesting when we are adjacent to a highway. That does reflect, of course, the reality of these lands and where they are situated. So while there are some things we can't control, such as the presence of the highway, through the policy we can help try to mitigate those things. And really we're trying to do them through a couple different tools. On the one hand, it's more built form tools. So we have landscaping guidelines in there to help provide some view and noise buffering. Building situation is another. So for example, a continuous building form on sub-area 7 to ensure the public spaces are screened from the highway. But more broadly throughout the area, it is meaning we are not only putting the more affordable below market units on the highway, but we're shifting those further away. So they do have some of those benefits and are in the quieter areas. So that's really the principle behind that. It may not mean it is a completely quiet area that you might get located several kilometers away from a highway, but within this area, it does mean they're distributed a bit more equitably.
Yeah.
Right.
I guess I would have the same concern around the term views, because I don't think...
The way I read it is that this isn't saying that all housing will have views or quietness. It means that market and non-market will have the same access or be treated equally to quietness, so that you're not going to have all the market units as quiet and with great views, and the non-market without views and stuff. It's just that they're treated equally with respect to those things.
Okay, all right. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. So it's specifically regarding how market and non-market units would be distributed in the area, and ensuring we aren't only benefiting the market units with some of those more beneficial amenities or aspects.
All right, that's perfect. And then 4.1 sub 22, it's the 4.1 game, sorry. Mix of public benefits including daycare facilities. What would be another example of a public benefit type built form that might be considered?
It is a broad term, and it would be ultimately influenced by our own capital planning as well as existing strategies like the open space and trails plan, the recreation master plan, the cultural master plan. So it is a broad term, but the policy does provide some flexibility to allow us to support those benefits, which would obviously be determined on a case-by-case basis, because when we do a plan like this, it is likely going to take up to 20 years to build out, and a certain public benefit, whether that's a daycare or some other facility that we might think is appropriate today, may not be what the community needs in this area tomorrow. So it is quite a broad term, and that's intentional.
Okay. And then I just have two more quick questions. One of it is, again, referencing views and light that, you know, is sprinkled throughout the plan, which is great. But in terms of your mind's eye, which I understand that these regulatory items would come down to the land use bylaw, are you thinking more sort of West Coast principles in terms of like pedestal, not towers, but I guess 6 stories is a tower in Canmore, sort of high density on top of low density like they do on the West Coast, or with sort of gaps in between? Is that how you're going to address the lights and the views through the land use?
Yeah, that's a good comment. Thank you, Councillor. The plan is deferring to the architectural guidelines that we do have in the land use bylaw. So we are looking for a built form that is fit and something that is familiar to residents in the Canmore area. So there is no departure there. Things we are encouraging, though, would be a slightly smaller building footprint and varied orientations so that there is a strong sense of openness and space between the buildings. So we do not create a sense of monotony or a uniform building appearance. But a 6-story would be classified more as a mid-rise form, so it would look and feel very similar to how a 4-story building would be designed, with the exception just being the additional 2 stories.
Great. And then in terms of parking, and I know we're looking at using more forward-thinking parking management strategies. Are we looking at sort of centralizing parking to a certain extent, small lots in different places, as opposed to each and every single door, especially with the lower density stuff having its own driveway and garage? I know in Europe, especially in the Netherlands, they employ that quite well, where they will have like almost the size of 2 or 3 lots put together, and that's where everybody parks, which sort of reduces, it makes it easier to get buses through smaller streets, et cetera.
Mm-hmm.
And just makes it more walkable and more pedestrian friendly. Or is that, no?
Yeah, it's a good question, and the policy will require applicants to take a district approach to their parking planning. Some of the challenges with Palliser, obviously, is some of the sites have already been subdivided and developed, so some of those opportunities obviously didn't get realized through the original ASP.
Right.
But there are still large properties left to be subdivided, such as sub-area 1, where, yes, the applicant will be required to take a district scale approach, and that could mean shared parking facilities, either within a building, so sharing uses, such as commercial, which has peak demand during the day, and then residential, which has peak demand at night. Or it could mean one larger parking lot or facility shared between 2, 3, 4 buildings. What we are looking to do, though, with Palliser is encourage, wherever possible, a shift towards underground parking, which does make that surface parking lot setup you mentioned a little bit more challenging. But what it does mean is up to 30% more non-market housing units in the area by putting that parking underground instead.
Yeah, I'm not against that. Thank you very much for entertaining all of my questions. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Councillor Faubert.
Thank you again. In terms of, okay, I'm in section 4.2, Accessory dwelling units are encouraged within lower density building forms such as townhomes. Why not make suites mandatory or a percentage target to ensure that there will be some suites instead of leaving it optional?
Thank you, Councillor. For the ASP, we're wanting to ensure we aren't getting into a level of detail that would make certain building designs or forms no longer viable. One of the benefits with Palliser, obviously, is these are all public or quasi-public lands. So we don't have the same risks of missing the boat on, so to speak, as we might with a private developer. We want to provide some flexibility so that should due diligence be done when a development planning exercise is underway on one of these sites, if there's a strong demand for very small townhouse units, as an example, whether that's for affordability or whether that's due to where the demand is coming from in terms of family size of who's likely to occupy these units, accessory dwelling units might not be viable because we might be looking at trying to now fit a very large unit, which would necessarily add to the cost of that unit up front, into what might only be a 1 or 2 bedroom townhouse unit, just as an example. So we're wanting to, again, signal what our ambitions and clear policy intentions are, but still leaving administration with some flexibility and interpretation as more detailed planning gets undertaken.
Awesome, thank you.
Any other questions? Yeah, go ahead.
This is more of an ask. I was hoping that council could get a copy of the parking opportunity assessment and the other report, so that I just want to read it so that I've read it before we go to public hearing. And I think I forgot my other thing.
So just on that, the process is that this will come back for first reading, I believe, on September 5th, and then a public hearing will be set. So as far as the availability of those reports, I imagine that we will be either provided or directed to where we can find them at the time of the first reading. Is that correct? And I'm looking to Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Mayor Krauser. We can make those available to council prior to the meeting.
Sure.
They're available, they're done and they're ready. So if it will be helpful and useful for you as part of the deliberations for first reading, we can send that out. And likely I can talk with Josh about if we make it available to council, we probably should be making it available to the public as well. Yeah. So we can work on those logistics after today's meeting.
Great, thank you.
Any opportunity to do reading in advance, because it helps me.
Great.
And then I was wondering where the status of the flood mitigation project for the Steep Creek is. And I don't think that's a you question, Josh, but thanks.
Okay. Ms. Smithers.
Yeah, so the work pre-construction on that is underway now through engineering, and I believe construction is supposed to start next year. I'll have to get back to you on the estimated completion time, but it's within the next 3 years, I would say.
Okay.
Awesome. I can provide, actually in the next committee of the whole, maybe I'll ask engineering to include an update on the admin update on timing for that.
Great, that would be helpful.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Councilor Fair, anything else?
I've exhausted everything that and the rest of council's questions as well were helpful. Thank you.
All right. I see, Councilor McCallum, did you have another question? No. Or no? Okay. I see no other questions then. So, Mr. Cairns, I really appreciate all of yours and the planning department's work towards these things. I know that there's often several people involved, and I look forward to seeing, I know that this is a draft version. I look forward to seeing the version that is being put forward for first reading at the next meeting, actually, of council. And I should note that, while this ASP represents the largest opportunity that we have, or actually ever had, towards accessible housing for non-market, I should say, housing, to address our housing crisis, it's only one piece. It's a big piece, but it's only one piece of the overall picture, and we're still going to need to pursue encouraging purpose-built rentals, as we've already directed administration to do. We're still going to have to explore other opportunities, both in the public and private sector, to address this problem. But this is certainly a major piece that will help us achieve some greater level of access to housing for more of our residents. So I'm very, very happy where this process is and that it's moving forward. And with that, we've reached the end of our agenda. And so I will move that we adjourn. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Have a good day, everyone. Stay cool.